All right, good morning, everyone. Today is May 1st, 2019. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being held in Albany, New York. Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Fan, Deputy Commissioner of License and Health, Associate Attorney Schreiber from the Counsel's Office, and myself, Secretary Donovan. A few housekeeping matters for those of you who are new to the Albany location. The restrooms can be found if you walk out either to the left or to the right, headed to the side doors on either side. There's a convenience store down there to the left and also a cafeteria. We're going to put items first in Buffalo, then here in Albany for the most part, and then in New York City starting at 11 o'clock. There's at least one matter that there are appearances here in Albany, so there may be an appearance in New York City, so that matter will not be heard until 11 o'clock. As your item is called, please approach the podium. Speak into the, well, you want to speak, the microphones are here, so speak loud enough so that they'll pick you up. Because that's what's also catching the recording. And please make sure you state your name. If you have your cell phone on, please silence the cell phone. If you have a call, please take it outside. With that, Chairman, do you have anything to, before we start with the items? Yeah. Okay, the first item is actually here in Albany, item 912E. It's a request from Counsel's Office for an emergency summary order suspension regarding Granny Stout, Inc.
Good morning, members. My name is Kayla O'Donnell. I'm here on behalf of Counsel's Office. We are seeking an emergency summary order suspension for the establishment known as Granny Stout, Inc. The licensee is engaging in conduct that is adversely affecting the health, safety, and welfare of individuals in the area of the licensed premises. After receiving numerous complaints, SLA investigators visited the establishment in an undisclosed manner on February 22nd and April 11, 2019. On both occasions, they observed approximately 200 young patrons inside, many of which were playing music played by a DJ. The licensee indicated that it would not permit dancing on its method of operation. During the April 11th visit, investigators purchased alcohol from an unlicensed additional bar. On April 25th, 2019, the SLA participated in a joint operation with the DMV and Albany PD. SLA investigators first entered the premises in an undisclosed manner after showing their ID to security, who checked it using only a flashlight. They observed approximately 100 to 150 patrons inside the establishment. They observed the bartenders and noted that they were not asking for ID. Patrons were again dancing to music being played by DJ. At approximately 11:50 p.m., members of the Albany PD, DMV, and additional SLA investigators entered the establishment. There were approximately 200 to 250 patrons inside at that time, with an additional 50 to 100 waiting outside in line. An announcement was made for anyone over 21 with a valid ID to exit, and more than 50 patrons were meeting. One of the principals told investigators that the policy at night is 21 and up. 38 minors provided signed statements admitting to obtaining and consuming alcoholic beverages inside the establishment, 2 of which were only 18 years old. Investigators observed at least 5 security guards working at the establishment, but most of them left before they could be interviewed. Only 1 security guard was interviewed, and he admitted that he was not licensed, which we did confirm with the Department of State. Given that at least 4 security guards left before they could be interviewed, it is possible that none of the security guards working that night were licensed. The licensee was clearly not properly supervising the premises, given that despite the policy being 21 and over, there were already more than 50 minors inside by midnight, 38 of which admitted to consuming alcoholic beverages. Given the very high number of minors who are consuming alcoholic beverages at this establishment, in addition to the use of unlicensed security guards, which is especially concerning given the large crowd of patrons inside on any given night, it is clear that the operation of this establishment negatively affects the health, safety, and welfare of the inhabitants of the area of the licensed premises. In consideration of them, immediate action in the form of an emergency order of summary suspension is required. Thank you.
What school, do we know what college these kids are from, for the most part?
It's a mix, colleges and here.
Do you know what their capacity is?
On their establishment questionnaire, they indicated that it was 225.
They charging a cover charge?
I'm not sure.
And are they authorized to have a DJ or no?
On their method of operation, it does not ask them to specify what type of music. It just says that they will have live and recorded music.
And we did send them a letter of warning in 2016 indicating that we've received numerous complaints of underage sales.
Correct.
All right.
Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan?
This establishment clearly violates its established method of operation with unlicensed security guard and a lack of supervision over the door policy, resulting in a pattern of service of alcohol to minors. It's an imminent danger to the public health and safety and welfare, and so I vote to summarily suspend.
Commissioner Ford?
They've had two disorderlies totaling $6,000 in the past couple of years. They were officially advised by the authority actually 3 years ago, back in 2016 in May, of the underage sales that were taking place and advised to make it stop. Apparently they didn't, so I vote to summarily suspend.
I vote to summarily suspend as well on the same grounds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move now to... We're going to go now to Buffalo. The first item there is 771, Shahari Beverage Court.
Good morning. My name is Justin Giuliano. I am the consultant that assisted Mr. Patel in the processing of his application for a liquor store. We're here to answer any questions that the board may have pertaining to this case.
He owns the grocery store right next door.
He does, yes.
Are they separated already?
Not yet. We did file an alterations application in conjunction with this application, and we asked for an extension of that approval because obviously if this wasn't going to be approved, we were not going to then follow through with the alteration. He would just keep it as a grocery store, but it was filed in conjunction with the application.
Are there any objectors there?
There's no opposition present.
All right, we did get two letters from two of the closest stores.
I'm sorry, that'd be me.
Oh, come on
I
up.
didn't realize it came up as Buffalo. It's Syracuse.
No, it's Syracuse. They're in Buffalo, but you can come on up.
Okay.
No, we have it as Onondaga.
Okay, great. I apologize.
They just happen to be in our Buffalo office.
Right. Okay, thank you very much. So, good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Protest of this. My name is Joseph Peter. I own Joseph J. Peter Wine and Spirits in North Syracuse. We do business as Peter. We are 1.9 miles away from the proposed location. We're a 4,000 square foot store. Carry 150 different New York State wines.
How many? 100. I'm sorry, I missed that. Somebody coughed. 100.
150 New York State wines. 25 spirits. We'll do about 1.9 million in sales this year. I'm the second generation of my family business, and we've been there since the 1970s. The liquor business has been great for us for a long time, but I've definitely, over the last few years, been more concerned about the outlook for our business for a lot of things. Wine and grocery stores, legalization of marijuana, online wine clubs, of course, Amazon, maybe not directly competing with us, but any stores that rely heavily on big box foot traffic has definitely been affected by that. But most concerning in my area of New York State has really been the increase in competition and the declining population of Syracuse over the last 10 years. Over the last year and a half, Syracuse has opened Tim Woodsman's Splash, which is now closed, Sugarwood Wine and Spirits, Main and Vine, Liquor World, and now Mattydale Wine and Spirits. All in the same locations as other established liquor stores. Adding more businesses selling the same things, the same ways, the same locations in a declining market really I find is a losing scenario for everyone. And I'd like to see that new stores and established stores stay in business. This business always has and will always be mostly about convenience. A lot of my business comes from Mattydale. If we were just to lose a modest 30 customers a week from a new location that nearby, by your average running times, that many weeks a year, it's $30,000 in sales we would lose, which is the majority of a store manager's salary or 2 part-time employees. There are currently 9 established liquor stores within 5 miles of this proposed location that could all be affected by this. On top of that, my projections, best case scenario for a new location in this spot would only be about $300,000 a year in annual sales. And if they did a really good job and grows 20%, it's only about $60,000 for the whole year to pay their payroll, their rent, insurance, utilities, advertising, and any other expenses, which doesn't add up to making a profit. On top of not really having a lot of room to grow, I really don't see a way a liquor store in this location will ever make any money. The liquor business is fiercely competitive, has slim margins, and requires a big investment. In today's market, I think if you're going to be a new liquor store, you really need to have one of 4 things. An area with demand and need for brick and mortar liquor stores, an area with increasing population and income, a very unique concept, not yet in the marketplace, or a big box store such as Total Wine, signed really to fully out in current stores. Mattydale Wine and Spirits does not check any of these boxes. At the end of the day, the area of Syracuse is well served by its current 9 stores, and I'm not really sure why an entrepreneur would pick this location other than the fact they already have an existing store and just are trying to think of something new to do with it. Putting more competition in a shrinking market and then compounding that with an increased labor costs and possible game-changing regulations like I mentioned before is definitely making it a little concerning for all of us as liquor store owners. I love the wine and spirits industry, and I hope to do this a very long time. I hope to continue to provide jobs, invest back into my business, and innovate to be profitable. Really, for all stores, I want us all to be profitable. I feel for that to happen. I strongly believe that Syracuse is well supported by its current stores, and I'm going to take it part of this.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And Michelle, there's nobody else there?
There's no other person in opposition present.
Okay. So why is he opening a liquor store?
So Mr. Patel actually, in hearing the population and the people that frequent his store, as a sense of convenience, because he does have the convenience store that will be attached to the liquor store. It would be a one-stop shop for those that need mixers, also snacks, chips, other items that would be served along with the alcohol. If I heard Mr. Peter correctly, he had a 4,000 square foot space. Mr. Patel here is only opening up a 900 square foot store. 700 square feet of it is going to actually be for the sales floor. 200 square feet will be for storage. As we all know with the liquor industry, when you have a larger store, you can obviously purchase at a per unit cost cheaper than those that purchase less. So really, all of the risk is going to fall on my client to be able to come up with innovative ways to remain competitive with the surrounding area. Also, the town of Mattydale actually has no liquor store in it. If I heard Mr. Peter correctly, he says that he was less than 2 miles in proximity to this proposed location. Actually, the Liquor Authority came back to us when we filed the application, and they told us that they gave us a range of the mileage for the 4 closest, all of which were outside of 2 miles. So I'm not necessarily sure where Mr. Peter got that from. Also,
Are most of his customers walking around?
I mean, this will obviously serve people.
My point being, you're in Syracuse. Everybody drives. If it's 2.1, 1.9, we're talking about 30 seconds.
Well, sure, obviously, but when you think about those people that don't drive, those that use public transportation or Uber, obviously the cost of getting to the store would be cheaper than if they had to go further. Also, there's 3 military bases that are on East Malloy.
Is your client doing anything different than the other 4, 5 stores that are all within under 3 miles?
He'll be selling New York State product. He'll be having wine tastings. And also, obviously, because of the convenience, he has the convenience store right next door to him. He has all off-street parking. It really won't be add any added congestion to the local traffic. This is just something.
Do you know what the population is in the area? Has it decreased, increased?
So actually, in the town of Mattydale itself, the 2010 census was 6,446 people. As of 2019, it has actually increased. It's 6,560, according to the World Population Review. Also, Syracuse is ranked as the 5th most populous city in New York. So, I mean, there is a large population there. And Mr. Peter did state that there was a loss of population, but in all actuality, even though it's minimal, it's 0.25% in decrease. So, I mean, really, we're not talking about a max exodus of people in the area. And really, Mr. Patel understands that there are, liquor stores in the area, but he is under the impression he will be primarily selling and assisting or selling to those citizens actually in the town. He's not really expecting to be pulling away clientele from the city of Syracuse. And like I said, I mean, with this store being as small as it is, I mean, it's going to be a huge risk for Mr. Patel.
I'm not worried about whether it's a risk for him. That's not what we're concerned with.
Well, I mean, the other stores.
So, I mean, are you aware that of the 4 closest stores, 3 of them have shown a steady decrease in sales over the last 4 years?
I was not privy to their books and records, so I'm not aware of that. I mean, if you go to any business, I mean, and you ask them if they would like to run without any competition, obviously 100% of them would say that would be great to be able to corner a market.
Are you saying that there's no competition?
No, I'm saying there is competition. I'm saying if you were to ask those people that are complaining of the competition, obviously 100% of them are going to say it would be great to be able to operate without competition.
Well, actually, we only got objections from 2, so not 100% of them did complain about it. They all had the opportunity.
People are you're going to have objections, and you're going to have people contesting competition in all areas of the market. But I mean, unfortunately, people have the right to try. And the other surrounding stores, if they have
All right, the members ready to vote?
Yeah.
Commissioner Fan.
All the closest stores are showing declining numbers. John Peter Wine and Spirits at best up and down. I don't see a need for another liquor store in this area, so I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford.
I think I'm looking at Peter's liquor sales, and it looks like 1.7, 1.8, 1.86. They're harboring around 1.8 million. They're 4,000 square feet. They're also up in the Planet Fitness Plaza on the very busy Route 11 corridor, just north of the West Taft Road corridor, another major highway. This store right here is actually down. It's not even on the main thoroughfare. It's within neighborhoods. Tons of houses around within a walking distance. It's only 700 square feet of retail space. The other stores are down near, well, 2 of them are down near Destiny Mall. They're not even in proximity. I think Peters really serves more North Syracuse customers. This would be the only store in Mattydale, so I think there is a public convenience and advantage to serve, so I vote to approve.
Jim McGrath.
I'm going to vote to deny. There's 9 stores within approximately 5 miles. As Commissioner Fan noted, 3 of the 4 closest are showing decreasing sales. One of which is a 10,000 square foot store that's showing over $1 million drop in a 3-year period, which is obviously indicative of the fact that the demand for alcohol has gone down, the population has decreased, and at best is stagnant over the last decade. So I'm going to vote to deny. I don't see the need.
Thank you.
All right, next item in Buffalo, 795, Oliver Hemphill Jr.
just so you know, there's opposition present in Buffalo.
Okay. Can you put your name on the record?
Morning, my name is Oliver Hepto Jr.
And who's next to you?
Yes, my name is William Polk. I'm his brother.
Good morning. Stacy Weiss for the applicant.
Okay, can we hear from the opposition?
Opposition, please step forward to the microphone. Gentlemen, step to the side. Please state your name clearly for the record.
Yasser Ahmed.
Clifford Boncory. What stores do you own?
Buffalo Discount Liquor.
Sir, you're going to have to speak louder.
Buffalo Discount Liquor.
I'm sorry, Buffalo Discount Liquor? Okay.
Close.
That's a closer
Okay.
store. Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, we submitted our documents in the last, before it was rescheduled a couple times. I think it was at least once, I'm not sure if it was twice, but I'm Yasser's CPA. I've been his accountant for about 10 years. It's located at 279 Jefferson.
I'm sorry, this is a reconsideration.
Yeah.
That's my fault. You guys, I'll give you the opportunity to speak if we decide to reconsider. You can sit down now. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't read that. Ms. Weiss, go ahead.
Yes, good morning. This application is a reconsideration, and first of all, I just want to make it clear that this store will not be bulletproof. I believe on the application it was put down that the store would be bulletproof. I want to make it clear it's not going to be a bulletproof store.
Why did they put down that it was?
Mr. Hempel did not have counsel. He filled it out himself, and I'm not sure why he did put it down bulletproof, but it will not be a bulletproof store. So after I spoke with him, he made the determination it's not going to be a bulletproof store.
So we denied this. Can you tell us what we didn't hear or see?
Well, he did not appear at the meeting. He was ill, and so the application was denied.
And Ms. Weiss, I'm looking at the diagram he handed in, and the diagram he handed in is indicative of a bulletproof store.
Well, that was the original diagram, but it will not be bulletproof.
So I'm going to need a new diagram.
So we don't have a diagram.
Well, it's under reconsideration, but a new diagram will be handed in if it's approved for reconsideration. We will hand it in the diagram. It will not be bulletproof. Absolutely not. So you could eliminate the bulletproof diagram.
What are they approving then, or considering? There's no diagram.
I'm sorry. Like I said, I did not have a copy of the application, the complete application. I only had a partial application, and I did not see that diagram. I apologize. But you can eliminate the bulletproof part of the store. I apologize for that. And I wanted to make that clear though. And as far as what's different is the second closest store is only open until 4:30. It's closed on Sunday, and it's open Monday through Saturday. It closes at 4:30 every day. The third closest store has been closed for several months. So I also want to make that clear because I know that it shows that the sales have been down, but that could be a reason. The second store closed at 4:30 every day, and the third store has been closed for several months. And I have photographs of that to show. Let's see. The city of Buffalo also it was represented that there's a 10% decrease in the population, and that's not true. It's about a 1.6% decrease in the population, which is a considerable difference, and we do recognize there has been a slight decrease. There's also a 40-unit apartment building that's about 3 blocks away that's under construction that's going up. There's also right across the street there's a city gas station, and also a couple of blocks away there's a food mart that's open, which is can act as an anchor to the store, and if you have any other questions, Mr. Hempel will be happy to answer them.
No.
Just wanted to point out that the diagram and the established questionnaire are a major component of the application.
Yeah,
To change that on a reconsideration request is a stretch.
Yeah.
We'd be happy to change all that. I mean, like I
I'm
said-
sure. But I would recommend that he files a new application.
You'd be happy to change it. You know when this was disapproved?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, sir.
Do you know when we voted to disapprove this?
When you voted to disapprove it? No.
January 23rd.
Okay.
And now you're telling us that you're going to hand us a new diagram of a store that we've never seen, and you want us to reconsider it.
Well, it would just be the same. It would be the same makeup without the bulletproof.
How
around.
about this? How about you get with your client and you write a new application and you do it the right way, and then you hand it in to us? But this isn't the way we operate.
Well,
It's not the way I operate.
I
So
apologize.
I'm voting to
because
deny the reconsideration.
I vote to deny. I agree with the chairman.
I'm voting to deny as well.
The next item in Buffalo, 903.
Sweet.
Could you guys step away from the podium and keep your comments to yourself, please? Golden Mill Restaurant LLC. 903.
Good morning. My name is Brian Parker. I'm attorney appearing on behalf of Colden Mill, and present to my side is Chuck Morlock, who is the licensee, in case the panel has any questions. And we appear already having entered a plea of no contest to the violation of purchasing from an unauthorized source. I did attempt to negotiate a conditional plea with Jamie Gallagher, who is local counsel for the authority, but we reached a dead end with that, as the lowest amount that she was authorized to submit to the board for approval was $2,000. And I'm asking here today that the board have some leniency on my client. And I just have a few issues I'd like them to focus on. I helped them get their license, and they've been in business now for approximately 5.5 years. This September of this year, 2019, would be 6 years of operation. In that time, they've had no prior allegations of misconduct or any charges for any violations. When a complaint was filed with the board in August 31st of 2018, there were 4 different allegations that were placed. The investigation report that I received indicates that an investigator went to the restaurant on 2 separate occasions. The first was November 2nd of 2018. The investigator was present in the bar during a busy period. It was Friday night between 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock p.m. and observed no misconduct, no violations, nothing out of the ordinary at all, and left without finding anything. The investigator returned later that following week on a Tuesday, November 6th of 2018, was again present for an hour between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m., and again indicates making no observations of any of the allegations and conduct that were complained of. It's at that point the investigator then approached.
How do you know what was complained of?
Because that's included in the report. It said that the conduct investigation included sales to minors, refilling bottles with a lesser quality liquor, purchases from unauthorized sources, and
we did find something.
No, those were
we're looking for.
That's what they were looking for. Nothing was found as far as any of those investigation areas.
Well, he's charged with the purchase from an unauthorized source. You just said that was one of the things in the report.
Which he admitted.
But I'm saying nothing was observed by the investigator.
But we're not going to sit there and have somebody follow him to a liquor store while he's buying the liquor.
I understand
it doesn't
that.
happen that way.
My point is, he had a conversation with my client, who was immediately forthcoming and honest. And he said, "This is what we're here looking for. We can spend the rest of the afternoon going down and doing an inventory, or you can be honest with me." And at that point, Mr. Morlock made an admission, and he told him, he said, in the entire 6 years that I've been open and operating, 2 to 3 times we've gone and purchased a single bottle when we could not get something from a distributor. And there was only one specific recollection of a single bottle of Tequila Rose that was purchased for a private party. Again,
I find that hard to believe.
Well, that's what the proof is.
Somebody's complaining.
That's what the proof is.
Somebody's complaining about him doing this.
And
then
know
we
who
went
that
in
is.
there and he admitted that he did it 2 or 3 times over a 2-year period. I find it hard to believe that we probably should have done the inventory, in my view.
Well,
but
the
that
proof-
remains
the
to be
proof-
seen.
and
Well,
the proof-
that's why she offered you $2,000. That's what the general fine is for this.
Okay, and that was my conversation with Ms. Gallagher, but that's why we're here to ask for some leniency. The other factor that I would like the board to consider, as you're well aware, these fines are somewhat consistent throughout the state. They take into no account what our operations receipts are or what their costs are. If a club in Manhattan is found guilty of this, a $2,000 fine with a similar record is what's imposed on them. My client operates a bar restaurant in Colden, New York, which is a very small urban town, about half hour, 45 minutes outside of the city of Buffalo. As an example, he told me on this past Friday, his entire receipts for that restaurant on a Friday night totaled $300. That includes the bar and the restaurant. He tells me that in an average week, the total receipts for the bar and restaurant
All right, I've heard enough.
are $3,500.
All right, members ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Fan.
I had actually $3,000 written down, so counsel's office is usually much nicer than we are. You should always deal with them. I'll go to $1,500.
Commissioner Ford.
I'll agree to $1,500 as well.
$1,500.
All right, thank you.
Michelle, I don't have any other items signed in Buffalo, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you very much. You can turn off on your end then. All right, turning to Albany. The first item is 820, McCray Beverages, Inc.
Could I stop you for a second? Can I talk to council for a second?
All right, we're going to take a brief recess while the traffic council on this matter. Okay, we're back on the record now with item 820. Could you just continue with your appearance, please?
My name is Jennifer Sin from King. I represent McCray Beverages with respect to case number 131375. I have with me Chad and Tom McCray, principals and licensee. In case they have any questions, as you're aware, we did submit a conditional no contest plea after discussions with Attorney O'Donnell Counsel's office. We did retain our right in that plea, though, to make our case to the board as to why we feel the proposed penalty of $20,000 should be lowered in this particular case. Those reasons are set out in our CNC plea. Specifically, I would like to point out that all of these charges relate to 3 mistaken deliveries of product worth only $268. The wine products at issue were allegedly delivered to a grocery store that had an A license instead of an AX license. It was a simple clerical error. It was not done with any intent to evade the liquor licensing rules. It was a single licensee at issue, and the clerical error was promptly corrected, and McCrae has taken steps to ensure that it doesn't happen again.
Can you just explain what steps we're taking?
Sure, absolutely. I know we had briefly discussed that you've changed your inventory system to technical person, but to make it
We've created a code in our ordering software, which it restricts any retailer without the AX license to even be able to order a wine-based item. So they can no longer even order it, which is taking any sort of human error out of the system.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is high too, given your history and the amount of wine you sold. So
You have no history. It's great.
yeah, lack of history.
Lack of history.
All right, I think we're ready, Tom.
All right, Commissioner Fan?
I'll go with the 5,000.
That's what I was thinking as well.
5,000.
All right, the next item here in Albany, 798, Daily Double Ink.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Darren Williams. I'm one of the principals for Daily Double Ink, and I am been a resident in Glens Falls, where the establishment is going to be for over 31 years, and I'm here to answer any of your questions.
You're Darren?
Yes, I am.
Is there anybody from the city here? So I had a tough time trying to figure out what you didn't have any involvement in the last establishment at this place?
Negative.
And even that establishment wasn't that bad, it didn't appear, but the mayor of Glens Falls is objecting to this. Do you have any idea why?
I believe there was a little concern because of the bar that was across the street, which I'm not sure exactly what happened to the license, but they closed down and the city purchased the property that was across the street.
And you had no involvement in that?
Negative.
Because he sent a letter in, and he doesn't really indicate, just that he's objecting to it, and he has absolutely no description about why. So I was kind of hoping he would show up.
Have you met with him at all, mayor's office, or anyone, to try to talk to him about this, to see if you can clear up any misconceptions they might have?
I didn't realize there was a letter put in until.
But I wouldn't even call it a letter, it's 5 lines.
Well, when I called the SLA I was told I was going to the full board. I called to ask if there was any opposition letter, and they said no, there wasn't. So I wasn't looking for an opposition letter. I happened to be going through the website, and I saw the opposition letter there. I wasn't able to meet with the mayor until Monday. I spoke with him, and there was confusion between our corporation name and the bar that was across the street. That was the DBA of the same name.
Do you think it might be worth it for us to hold this over, for you to go have a talk with the mayor and see if we can get his buy-in before we take a vote?
Oh, interesting.
I can do that.
Yeah, because the letter, it's about the
I find
renewal.
it hard to overrule.
No, but I agree with Commissioner Fan. I don't know that we need to do that because it appears to me that he thinks it's the other bar.
Yeah, because the letter mentions twice about renewal. That's why I was very confused. I don't think that's even... the restaurant is operating now?
No.
Not yet.
No.
What are your hours?
We're planning on doing approximately 11 o'clock in the morning to do the restaurant for a lunch, and then going through till the evening time.
What time do you plan to close?
The closing right now is 3 o'clock for Warren County.
Yeah, but we want to know when
When do you want to close?
I would want to close at 3 o'clock, but depending upon, I do know the mayor and I do speak with him, so therefore I will talk to him and the police department to find out what's going on with that because.
All right, so what's the music situation? You doing live DJ jukebox with dancing?
Yes, we have a jukebox, we have live music, who would like to do live music, and.
What kind of live music?
I myself like a nice acoustic guitar,
Yeah.
but the other live music would be up to like a band.
And where are you dancing? Because I don't see.
Where are you dancing?
Well, I just don't see where there would be dancing. You have tables.
Well, we're planning on moving the tables for the.
We don't do that.
Okay.
So you can't be a restaurant then turn into a club. That's not.
Okay.
It is he did a licenses for a bar tavern.
Oh, it's a bar tavern? Okay.
Yeah.
But we still don't
I know.
move the furniture around, right?
We'd prefer they didn't.
That tends to be. when
And what's you have a backyard patio? Is there going to be music out there?
Not at the present time.
And what is that going to be open until 3 as well?
Most likely, no. I want it to be put on the license as yes, but most likely we're going to be closing it down early. There is a ordinance in the city of Glens Falls for 11 p.m. for any music outside anyways. And I'm just going to keep my eye.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. So you're not having music on the patio, ever?
Yes, I would like to.
You
have
do
it.
want music?
Yes.
So that we probably will be putting a limit on.
Very good.
In accordance to whatever
you have-
city ordinance is.
Yes, yes, very much so.
You will have a manager?
Yes, I have a manager that's been working in the bar business for over 18 years down in Florida. He's working with the Hilton hotel chain.
Will you have security guards?
Yes, ma'am. I'm planning on having the licensed security guards.
Do your windows open in the front? Like French windows?
No.
Nothing? Okay.
And so I'm looking at the street mark graph here. Is the bar he had a problem with, or we're assuming the mayor had a problem with, called the Daily Double?
Yes.
And you're the Daily Double?
Confusing, yes.
Why?
Not only confusing, it kind of concerns me. Why would you call it the same thing as the bar that was causing a problem across the street?
The initial person that put the corporation together was in plans to purchase the bar across the street, the Daily Double. And so he created a corporation and put in a liquor license for the Daily Double. The deal fell through. And so he withdrew that, and we thought that we could just transfer it over, but I found out that it was a pending license, not a actual license, so we couldn't do that, so we had to start back over. By that time, we already had the insurances, state insurance fund, workers' comp, and all that stuff.
That's not going to be your trade. That's going to be the name of the place, though, right?
No, it's going to be DBA is 58, Studio 58.
That's the Jesse Smith?
Yes.
Where is he?
He wasn't able to come today.
Why not?
I'm not really sure with that.
He's your partner?
Yes, ma'am.
But you don't know where he is?
He's in Glens Falls, yes.
And he was not involved. Were any of the other two guys involved in the Daily Double?
No, he was going to try to manage the place to start out with. He had this disagreement with the owner of the Daily Double because basically he was trying to clean the place up and...
So he did work for them?
Well, yes, he did.
For how long?
I'm not sure.
We have anything? Or you don't have a computer with you?
Are you talking on that location?
The Daily Double.
The
Yeah.
Daily Double is expired. There's still pending charges.
What kind?
Non-bona fide and sit on tops. They do have some significant history with us.
Yeah, so I think, Commissioner Ford, you were right on. I'm going to hold this over. We're going to need you to go meet with the mayor.
Very good.
Too many questions about this.
Understood.
And
And
we're going to want Mr. Smith here too.
Very good.
Next time.
Can you do that by the 15th?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And if the mayor, when you meet with the mayor, it would be helpful if he could
I will do
expound
that.
on his letter. He doesn't
I will
need to
do a letter
come,
from
but
him to support.
yeah, if he could just give us more descriptive.
I will give a letter of support from him, sir.
Thank
You
you.
want all three principals to show
No,
up?
just the guy that was involved in the Daily Double.
Very good.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Next item is 813, MR Convenience, Oneida Square, Inc.
But that time I don't been there. It's been my workday. But about the ticket, I find out after, because I got ticket last year, and I was going to Syracuse to find out what I'm gonna do. That time I meet John Mayer, and he said, "You got a ticket on February 1st?" I said, "No." He said, "Yes." I said, "How is my work?" He don't tell me nothing. He said, "Yeah, I personally give him the ticket. He's on that under age that he's 19 years old." I said, "Oh, then what are you gonna do?" He said, "I don't know." Then I come here to Lisa, and she told me, "You got a chance, to go to the meeting and see, do it."
So what if, now you got 2 sales to minor in a year. What are you doing different to try to make sure this doesn't happen again?
I'm back to the store work because I fired him. But that time I don't been in the store because my health issue. And now I go back to work and I'm trying not to happen again. And I want to see if I could get any chance to reduce my ticket.
We still haven't gotten the bond on the first one?
Not yet, no. There was a penalty imposed, she didn't pay it, and then we had to impose the ultimate penalty.
So if this goes in and she doesn't pay it, no matter what we do, what's going to happen?
But we cancel it.
What can you pay?
Excuse me?
How much can you pay?
Not a lot.
That doesn't really help me.
That's why the first ticket.
If you don't, whatever we fine you, if you don't pay it in the amount of time we tell you have to pay it, you're going to lose the liquor license.
Okay.
So that's why I'm asking you, do you have funds to pay?
Like I'm going to be able around 1,500.
You always impose a suspension and
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Well, you live in Utica, so knock yourself out.
I was thinking somewhere around 2,000 and maybe like a 30-day suspension. So you can't sell alcohol for 30 days.
It has a 21-day one started yet, Tom?
It started on the 12th, so it's still running.
Until third. I got already suspension.
Right, you're suspended right now, and it's almost up.
It's on ends Friday.
It ends Friday, so another 30 days. You know, have you considered maybe getting a scanner? You know, it might be worth the investment for you, so you don't have to rely on the human eye anymore or judgment. Because the next time, I don't see how we're going to be able to be so easy. So, that's what I say, 2,000 and 30-day suspension. Starting, I guess.
Normally it would be 6,000.
So we need to kind of sort out, this was a conditional offer. This was her conditional offer. Now apparently she doesn't want you to accept it.
Well, no, I'm realizing what will happen if I do accept it.
So this would be a counter offer then.
Yes.
Right.
All right, I'll go along with him.
All right, so here's your hand.
2,000.
All right, so this is the deal, okay? They're rejecting your $6,000 offer because they know you can't pay it. They're making you a counter offer of $2,000 and a 30-day suspension. You'll get a letter from us in the mail. You'll have to decide whether or not you're going to accept that offer or not. Okay? If you do accept it, you'll have to pay, and we'll impose the suspension. If you don't, the case goes back to counsel's office, and you'll go to hearing, and whatever happens is going to happen.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. Next item in Albany is 912B, Exempt Firemen's Association of the City of Poughkeepsie, New York, Inc.
Good morning, Chairman, judges, ladies and gentlemen of the board, council. My name is Wise. We're appearing on behalf of the Exempt Firemen Association of the City of Poughkeepsie.
None of them are here, I take it?
That's correct. You have
Tom, what number was that?
12D. It's the last one. The bottom. Very bottom.
Okay, go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
maybe possible to reach an officer by telephone if that's required, but I'm here to answer any questions that you have and explain what corrective measures have taken place since the plea of conditional no contest with cancellation.
So here's what my concern is, and was, which is why it got suspended, is that, and I live relatively close to this, and used to work in Poughkeepsie for 6 years, so I'm quite familiar with it, and was familiar with this place. This place was not a club. It was a club, a nightclub. And most of the members have no connection to any fire department. It basically ended up being in a place where it seems like there was gang activity going on and drug sales. Now, I realize there is a small percentage of members and some of the people that are on the board that are former firemen and are trying to keep this place open. I'm questioning whether it's a good idea to do that.
I understand.
Because I went on and looked at the change in the bylaws that they made, and it looks like all they changed was the name of the member. So now you're not a social member, we call you a regular member. What changed?
There's over 2,000 members in total. And of that population, there's approximately 30% are active in some fire department across Dutchess County. There's a significant number of social members, as they were previously called.
What makes them a social member?
They go through an extensive background check. They pay
Like what? A background check? Like what? Their criminal record check? Because
Correct.
somebody got killed.
Correct. They go through a background check that involves a criminal record. The person who
This was happening then or now?
Now. The person who was killed on the street outside the club in Mansion Square Park was not a member. He was a guest. There was a problem with the guest policy, which it also revised. You're not allowed to be a guest.
Well, so they get back to the regular member, though. What's a regular member?
So a regular member...
based on the change in the bylaws in December of 2018.
Someone that has to be sponsored by 2 existing members that goes through a background check and does not have to have a connection to a fire company.
Why?
In any way.
Why? This is an exempt firemen's association. The club was set up for firemen.
The club was set up in the 1930s for firemen. Exempt, if you know the history, meant nothing more than after 5 years of service, you were exempt from getting night calls. There was a couple of other perks that went along with that. But over time, the fire departments have changed. There's been a lot of consolidation. The demographics in the city of Poughkeepsie have changed, and it evolved. At some point in time, back in the 1960s and 70s, is I think when it really started, they began to let in social members. That kept up, the club financially.
So what was the difference between a social member and a regular member at that time?
The social member. So the social member was the non-fire company person.
So other than that, they had every benefit and use that the regular member did. They just were never part of a fire department.
That's correct.
Whether it be volunteer or otherwise.
And it's also important to remember.
And that was to increase revenue.
In part, yes. We also, had interviews, and people that were allowed in the club as social members had to have some connection, some involvement with community activity. If you weren't a fire person, you were required to volunteer at the club or do community service of some nature. And that's still the case. And so the club has evolved. I understand your point about the nightclub atmosphere, but there's been extensive measures that have been taken
Well, everything they're asking for doesn't indicate that to me. They want karaoke. I belong to a couple clubs. There's no karaoke. DJs, no DJs in the clubs I belong to. And I'm guessing when this place opened, there were no DJs.
Well, so all of those things, have to do with parties. They have to do with, weekend activities that occur there. But that's all been tightened up. The hours have been limited.
What are the hours now?
So previously, prior to the issues that arose in September, there was no limit on hours other than local law. Now, during weekdays, they close at midnight. And on the weekends, the bar shuts down at 1. And people are required to leave the building by 2. They added that hour cushion, which I think makes sense to give people time to find a ride home if they need to. They've instituted a safe ride home policy where one of the members of the club is on call to provide a ride home for somebody that needs that. They've increased security cameras around the building. They've added a formal security personnel policy, including at least one person who's a licensed security guard. All the people that were involved in those prior activities have resigned.
Well, I'm more concerned. How many of the board members that were there when this place lost its license are still on the board?
One or two.
They need to go. That's one. Two, how many of the officers are there?
None.
And we've received, well, I'm not even going to say what we received. Have they been serving alcohol since they've lost their license?
Not to my knowledge.
Privately?
Not to my
Meaning,
knowledge.
is there parties in there where people are actually drinking? Not.
They've had parties where they're trying to raise money. They're trying to get by.
Was there alcohol at the parties?
Not to my knowledge.
We've received numerous complaints that there has been drinking going on.
Quite a bit.
So if there's a private party that they've had, I know that they've had events and they've had dinners where they're trying to raise money, and there's been ongoing partnerships with other community organizations that have had their events there, but they've instituted some strict controls on what's happening.
The complaints indicate that's not the case. Now, that they are complaints, I get that. But,
so we've met with the City of Poughkeepsie Police following the incident in September. We've met with the mayor. The mayor is aware of what changes have been instituted. The chief of police, Chief Pate, is aware. Second in command, Mitch Wilson, is aware. There's been a lot of discussion about this. The police is also looking for their cooperation, their eyes and ears in that neighborhood. It's a very important.
Was anyone ever arrested for this murder?
No. And the person who was killed was not a member.
And is that because there were no witnesses, or is it because the witnesses didn't cooperate?
The officers of the club, John Gruner in particular, cooperated and testified.
Were they there when it happened?
No.
Did anyone testify that was at the club when the murder happened?
Yes. So they provided cooperation. They provide the tapes roll over and they do.
Well, I mean, I just know that Poughkeepsie has an enormous problem with people cooperating with the police department.
Yes.
And they have a significant problem with that. And if I was thinking that members were not cooperating with this murder investigation, that would be another strike.
Absolutely. So again, that goes back to what I would view, and I don't think I'm very transparent about it, a lax guest policy.
What is the guest policy going forward?
You can't just be a guest forever. So they've changed the guest policy. Previously, that was pretty much how it worked. So now you can come as a guest 6 times a year, and that's your limit. After that, you have to go through the membership process. You have to go through the background check.
What does come as a guest mean?
That means a member would bring you in, say that you're a guest. You have to sign in. There is a sign-in sheet at the front door that's being enforced now, by the way. It's always manned by an officer.
So they have to physically come with the member.
Correct.
And how many people can a member bring?
1. There's a secure door in the back that only opens up with a card, a magnetic card that has your photo ID on it. You have to come with a person who has that card that signs you in. Previously, they let that go on. Previously, at guest events, they only had security for hours after 10 p.m. Now there's security for the entire event. It's very important for that neighborhood on the north side. I have an office a few blocks away. I became aware of the organization, some of the things that they do, the good, the bad, the ugly, and decided that this is very important to take up and represent them and try to help them restructure. They've appointed a restructuring officer, Yvonne Flowers. You might know that name. Her father was very involved in community activities. She's also a common council member. She's been overseeing all of this. She's a very responsible person. The bad actors have resigned and moved on, and the guest policy is strictly enforced now. So we don't anticipate the same kind of problems that we had in the past. I think the relationship with the police department is improving too.
Were any of the people that were arrested for drug sales still members of the club?
Not to my knowledge. No.
So, I mean, if I vote for this, the condition has to be that the board has to be entirely, no one that was there prior can be there now.
I'll see to it that happens.
you have any questions?
You ready to vote then?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan.
I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford.
I'm only voting to approve because of the support you have from the mayor, the chief of police, assemblyman, legislator, and the common council. So I consider them as much on the hook for this as us for approving.
I think more so.
More so, yeah, because I'm going with their strong support. We usually don't get letters like this across the board in support of something like this, especially with the type of things that have occurred here. So along with the required changes in board membership, as the chairman has described here, I will vote to approve. Otherwise than that, I would vote no, but I'm going to vote to approve.
Do you go with the hours?
No. Well, we'll fix that. I know Jonathan Jacobson, who's the assembly member who voted for it. I know the mayor who voted for it, and I also know the police chief who voted for it. And because of what I know about them, to Commissioner Ford's point, that's the only reason I'm going to vote to approve this, because I don't think that they would just do this willy-nilly, although I do have my reservations. However, the hours are not going to be till 2 a.m. They're going to go 12 o'clock, 7 days a week. On weekends, they can be out by 1.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
12 o'clock, alcohol stops every day, and on Friday and Saturday, that everybody has to be out by 1.
Okay.
No DJs. If you want to come back in a year and there's no problems, I'll give you more hours and a DJ. And the board has to be entirely new since the date that we took the liquor license, as well as the officers. I don't know what that date was exactly. Do you, Tom?
September 12th, 2018.
All right, so whoever was on the board and an officer at that time can't be on the board, or an officer now.
Commissioner Ford, are you okay with that?
Oh, absolutely, yes, yeah.
And there's be no use of promoted events, no use of outside promoters, which I don't know whether that was happening, but my guess is it was. And no events open to the public. And I'll approve.
Is that other than
guest policy?
Yeah, the guest one, whatever their guest policy, as he articulated it, that's what the guest policy is.
And Commissioner Ford, that
Yes.
less addition?
Yes.
That's it. Good luck.
Thank you all.
Next item, 790, Gary Cole.
Good morning. Francis Buscemi for the licensee. I'm actually sitting in for Mr. Mailer. This is
I thought he was coming up here today. We were all looking forward to seeing him.
You were actually looking forward to seeing it?
Is anything pending on this licensee?
Look it up.
Do you know if anything's pending? Oh, it's not even your case.
You put in a link to the.
No, that's it.
That's
Oh,
it.
it's not.
I'll accept too.
There's one that, completing that went out on the 23rd of this month, charging,
That's all right. Well,
charging lots of stuff.
we've accepted. Commissioner,
I actually had higher, but I'll accept 5,000.
and that's going to be the end for them. If
We'll still hold off on it and read all
Don't know
the
what
other
the-
charges.
yeah, hold on to the sapling.
Commissioner Fan, you're okay with that?
Yes.
All right, next item, 857, Brooklyn Synergy Wines and Liquors Corp.
Again, CNC offer $3,000.
857. Second here?
857?
Yes.
857?
857.
3,000, right?
But this is in safekeeping?
This is Brooklyn Synergy. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Why is it in safekeeping?
They closed. So you selling? Are they selling it? Oh, it's not even your case.
This is by the license. signs, stupid stuff.
They're either doing renovations or they're closed and they're trying to sell it. But I'll accept.
I'll accept.
Accept.
Renovations. Next item, 907. Gav Seat Day Gav Inc.
This is a CNC offer of a $2,500.
I'll accept.
I'll accept as well.
Accept.
I have nothing else just for Albany. We've got a couple matters now where people in Albany. Did you have something else? Okay. Just state the different
Yes.
I have a couple matters now that people in Albany and New York City. So the first item, don't go too far. 772 South Brooklyn Liquors, LLC.
Again, good morning.
Hold on just for, do we have, for 772, do we have some, for Mr. Lynn, anybody else for South Brooklyn Liquors, LLC?
You're representing all of them?
Yes. Hold on, let him, go ahead. Put your name and your client's name on the record.
Francis Buscemi for the licensee. Today with me is Alex Abramovich and his father, Alexander Abramovich, the two principals of the applicant.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Mr. Lynn.
Good morning, Charles Lynn. I'm representing 6 of the protesters. The first is Kiali Inc. at 3965 Ocean Avenue. Wines and Liquors of New York at 3758 Ostrom Avenue. Spirit Shop Inc. at 1504 Sheepshead Bay Road. Wee's Fine Spirits at 1303 Avenue Z. Sheepshead Bay Liquor World at 1733 Sheepshead Bay Road. And Avenue W Liquor at 2729 Ocean Avenue.
Go ahead.
The public convenience and advantage will not be served by licensing this applicant. I represent the 6 individual liquor stores that I just mentioned. This area is saturated with liquor stores. In Sheepshead Bay, under zip code 11235, there are 15 licensed liquor stores within a radius of 1.3 miles from applicant. In my submission, I have Exhibit A, that's the next, and of those 15, 4 closest are as follows. Sheepshead Bay Liquors at 1733 Sheepshead Bay is 0.1 mile away. Kiali Inc. at 3965 Ocean Avenue is but 2.5 miles away. Spirit Spot at 1504 Sheepshead Bay is but 2.26 miles away. And the last one, Wee's Fine Spirits, 1303 Avenue Z, which is at the northeast end of Sheepshead Bay Road, is 0.4 miles. So the 3 Sheepshead Bay stores are all along Sheepshead Bay Road, which centers in the Sheepshead Bay neighborhood, with Kiali at 2965 Ocean Avenue, just a few blocks away from applicant, who's at 3000 Ocean Avenue. I'd like to point out that there was a recent 2016 store disapproval. It was Liquor Spot Inc. at 2824 Coney Island Avenue, Brooklyn. It was under serial number 1289798. It was disapproved 2 years ago on the March 1st, 2016 full board calendar. The decision was based upon public convenience and advantage, and that the area was saturated with liquor stores and the neighborhood was being well serviced by the current store. Liquor Spot was at 2824 Coney Island Avenue, but 1.0 miles from the applicant, and I annex that as Exhibit B to my presentation. As far as gross sales are concerned, the figures are not really dispositive of anything. The 3 closest stores were purchased on transfers from 2016 and 2017, with the 4th closest store showing decreasing sales in the last 2 years. As far as population and demographics, the population has been static from 2000 to 2010 census, as well for the periods 2010 to 2016 and 2016 to estimated 2017 figures. I have those annexed as Exhibit C in my presentation. As to gentrification, Sheepshead Bay's tallest building, One Brooklyn Bay, which is also known as the Avalon, is a newly built 30-story glass tower. It's been in the works since 2014. It has brought 180 apartments to the rental market with 56 condos on the building's 20th floor. But what is interesting is that this major asset to the community is already being well serviced by the current liquor stores. And next is my Exhibit D, or photos of Avalon. Right next door, not 85 feet away from the entrance, is the liquor store Spirit Shop, Inc. Just another 1,500 feet south from Avalon is Sheepshead Bay Liquor World at 1733 Sheepshead Bay Road, and another 1,500 feet north is Lee's Fine Spirit at 1303 Avenue Z, which again I mentioned is at the northern end of Sheepshead Bay Road. Next is my Exhibit E, a letter of protest from Brooklyn Community Board number 15, urgently requesting that this license be denied. Also is attached is evidencing the serious homeless problem in Sheepshead Bay, which the Community Board letter addresses as well. In addition, the authority has received letters of protest from Stephen Cybromwitz, a member of the State Assembly for this district, and Sheepshead Bay United Methodist Church, which is right across from the applicant, and who currently houses Alcoholics Anonymous 3 times a week, and it sets forth that in its letter. Also is St. Mark Catholic Academy, who currently has Alcoholics Anonymous meetings at its parish, which is held 3 times a week. I'm sorry, one parish is 3 times a week. This parish is 4 times a week because of the seriousness of the problem of the homeless and drinking in this area. And then finally, there's a very disturbing solicitation of support by applicant for signatures of support by giving $5 gift certificates away to persuade individuals to sign these petitions of support. Evidence the same has been given to the authority and is noted in the State Assemblyman's letter of protest to the authority, and certainly questions the character and fitness of this application. Based upon all of these things, I would request that this application be denied based upon public convenience and advantage.
Thank you. What assemblyman did you say had an objection to it?
Stephen Zimberwitz, a member of the State Assembly.
I don't have that.
We have a letter of support from Boris Pincus, district leader for 45th Assembly District. Is that not his district?
But he's just the leader of the.
He's
not part of the Assembly's office.
Wait, so I don't have the Assembly.
Yeah, I don't either. You don't have a letter from the Assemblyman. Do you have one?
I have it here. Should I put it up against the thing, or should I just give it to the authority here?
You can just give it to the authority.
Okay. And the 2 church letters as well you have?
What? Sure.
St. Mark Catholic Academy, and I have the Assembly State of New York, Albany, for Mr. Zimbowitz here. I also have the church. Should I just give them all of them here?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks. Just for the record.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Buscemi did it. Oh, wait. Is there anyone else there?
No.
Okay. Go ahead.
I just want to point out, I did do a very recent full board FOIL.
We don't have it.
For this meeting, and I didn't get any, just the community board.
Yeah, that's all we got.
The only thing that was produced. But moving on, as I said, with me today is Alex Abramovich and Alexander Abramovich, the 2 principals of the applicant. Alex is involved in the business of retail pharmacies. So he understands regulatory compliance. His father, Alexander, is a licensee, has been for many years. MSR Baku International Inc., a restaurant in Brooklyn. So again, he understands the alcoholic beverage industry and the necessity of regulatory compliance.
How far is that from this location?
How far? Not far.
Block and a half.
About a block and a half. Both of them will be devoting their time to the operation of the liquor store. Alex believes that this would make a good fit. He's been involved in the pharmacy business for many years. As you may be aware, there's been consolidation in that industry, buying out. It's almost like a slow death of what's going on in the industry to independence with companies like CVS, Walgreens. So the future is not bright. He saw the opportunity here in this particular shopping center in Sheepshead Bay and wanted to act on it.
What's the anchor store in that shopping center?
The anchor store is Net Cost Supermarket. So we believe that, there's a tremendous parking lot in the shopping center. So we believe that this lends itself to public convenience and advantage of the one-stop shopping experience for consumers. The store is a 6,200 square foot store. There would be a little over 4,000 square feet of retail space within the store. We have provided to the Liquor Authority letters of support from Eric L. Adams, the Brooklyn Borough President, who believes that public convenience and advantage will be served by licensing this location. In addition to his letter, we have letters of support from Boris Pincus, District Leader of the 45th Assembly District, and then from two rabbis who represent congregations, Jewish congregations, synagogues in the community of Sheepshead Bay, Rabbi David Simpson, the Young Israel of Kings Bay, and Rabbi D. O'Connor of the Congregation of Friends of Refugees of Eastern Europe. We also have gotten a letter of support from the Phoenix Lodge 205, as well as the supermarket that's within the shopping center. I was advised by my client that Senator Diane Savino of the 23rd District, although did not supply a letter, did contact the Liquor Authority to voice her support.
Who did you contact?
Not me.
Okay, I don't.
Jackie, you?
No.
That may have happened. I'm not saying it didn't happen.
No, I know. I bring it up because I was advised of that. This is going to be a modern store offering a modern shopping experience. There will be, and I'd like to get into different aspects of the business. This location would be offering free club membership for customers who wish to participate. It would be a point-based system for customers to earn points which could be redeemed for purchase discounts. There will be educational and courses and tastings at the store on a regular basis. There will be wine tastings and food pairings at the store. Members who do sign up will be notified of these events, and those products that are part of tastings will be run special promotions on. It will have an automated tasting machine for customers to take advantage of when tastings are not being conducted at the premises. There will also be a carry-out service offered to the customers to get the goods carried out to their cars that are in the parking lot. The store will also have nice gift basket selections for special occasions and holidays, with the ability of having the gift baskets as well as any alcoholic beverage orders delivered free locally. The store will also have, as I said, and there will be a dedicated driver for this. The store also intends on having a website which will be operated by the applicant. Deliveries will be made locally by the applicant as well as by common carriers such as UPS and/or FedEx for deliveries which take place outside the local area. In addition to the services that the store would be offering, it's going to differentiate itself by the number of products that it's carrying in comparison to the other stores.
To be honest with you, that's what I was just looking at. Why does this store need to be twice as big as any other store in the neighborhood?
Well, it's good. There is the competition here and what goes on, and these two gentlemen are very familiar with the neighborhood, living in the neighborhood and having lived in the neighborhood. The surrounding stores have no parking, only street parking, has very limited selection. Some carry one or two or no New York State and kosher products.
But the reality is they're there. And there are numerous stores within a half mile, and even more numerous stores within a mile. And at the end of the day, they all, certainly within 0.4 miles, they're not carrying anything that within 0.4 miles the customer could not get.
I don't believe that. When we look at the surrounding stores and we look at the Kaoli Inc., which is very high priced, has some empty shelves, even though it has increased sales. It has, and the
well, three of these, somebody's making money, so they're supplying something, because 3 of the 4 closest were just purchased.
And the sales are not bad for stores.
But to go against, they're supplying something to somebody. You're telling me they're not supplying anything. They must, because people are coming to the area to buy the stores.
People are going to Best Buy, which is 2.5 miles away. These stores are...
No, I'm talking about the fact that the 3 of the 4 closest stores were recently purchased.
Oh. Look, I can't account for who's purchasing the stores. But what we do know is that the bulk of the population of this area is going out of the neighborhood to shop at Best Buy, which is 2.5 miles away, which is a 10,000.
So what do they need you
which is
for?
a 10,000 square foot store.
So what do they need this for?
Because they should be able to shop within. That's two neighborhoods away. You've got we're in Sheepshead Bay, then you have.
You know, the size of your store,
yes.
The size of your store sort of equals the aggregate of the 4 closest stores to you.
Yes. And the size of our store will carry, because of the size, we'll be able to carry 13,000 SKUs of items for consumers. We'll be able to carry 10% of that will be New York State wines. 1,300 SKUs of New York State wines. We have a very large.
But in order for that argument to mean anything, I think what she's saying is none of that stuff would be available in the other close stores. And I don't believe that that's the case.
Very limited. We shop.
They have something. They're carrying something.
Kaoli is carrying, when we shopped it just the other week, they're carrying no New York State or kosher products. When we went to Wee's, no New York State wines and a very small selection of kosher products. I believe another store had one New York State.
I'm going to be honest with you. In New York, we want to promote New York products. There's no question about that. But using it in a liquor application to try to get us to vote for it, those days are done. So
I'm not saying we're carrying 25 or 30%, but we'll be able to carry a substantial quantity of New York State products within our.
And I would hope every liquor store is doing that.
You've got a population situation that's going on right here within a 1 mile radius. The Asian population has become the second largest population by race within a 1 mile radius of the store. Almost 20% of the population within that 1 mile radius is of Asian descent. We looked at the other stores. There is very little, very limited product for that segment. We're going to be carrying at least
Mr. Lynn, is the owner of Sheepshead Bay Liquor World there?
Yes. Yes.
Can I talk to him for a second?
Yes, sir.
Do you carry kosher products?
Yes, yes, sir.
How many? About how many?
I have the whole 3 shelf. I said minimal item, probably looking at about 70 different UPC.
And what
Over
about
70 UPC.
what about sake and other Asian products?
We do have a sake, and we also have a Chinese spirit. Just a Chinese spirit, I have probably about 12 different type of Chinese spirit, from the high end to low end.
And
I
you
even
carry
got a
any-
big sign outside the door saying we sell Chinese spirit.
Are
Even
you
in
carrying
Chinese.
New York? Are you carrying New York products at all?
Yes, sir.
How many?
New York product, we have about 5 different types, because just as a business owner, I have to see what the market require. New York State wine, because due to the price and everything, is not many people to buy now. So I do carry 5 of them.
I do. So this is kind of proving my point here. This is an extremely limited product selection in certain categories that is needed in this area, and we are willing to carry those. You've also had, he's talking about 4 products. We're talking about 400 products in one category. He's talking about a few of these. We're talking about 1,300 products. You've had tremendous residential development in this area. I've given you a list of some of the stores. Some of the buildings that have been under development and are continuing to be developed in this area. I've given you photographs of these buildings.
So, and Mr. Lin mentioned something which I don't think we have any indication of. Were there signatures obtained?
The signatures are not part of this.
So why were they getting them?
Of this presentation?
Why were they getting them?
They were getting them. They started out. They had people out. Netcoast was offering. I don't know that it was required to sign the petition, but Netcoast was giving out a $5 redeemable certificate to the supermarket. When I heard of this going on, I said, I don't like the sound of that.
No, I don't either.
So we pulled them from the presentation.
Oh.
Unfortunately, because I think we've got 2,500 signatures from that, which I don't think they needed to hand out. And it wasn't 2,500.
Which you didn't have to buy. Right.
It wasn't 2,500 coupons that they got. I think it was a total of about 1,000 coupons. But I felt that it was better to pull it, not make it part of this presentation, even though I think we would have easily obtained the 2,500 signatures without a $5 gift coupon.
Do they have any relationship with the grocery store?
No relationship with the grocery store. But obviously the supermarket would be thrilled to have us in the shopping center.
Does it?
With regard to the demographics of the area, I've already told you about the Asian population, which is the demographic survey shows that that's continuing to grow. Within a 1-mile radius of the store, we have almost 105,000 people. Over the next 4 years, the population is projected to continue to grow. The median age is over 40 years old in this area. You've got 43,000 households within the 1-mile radius. When you go out to 2-mile radius, you have a population of almost 270,000 people with almost 110,000 households. So it's a densely populated area with the makeup of the Jewish community as well as the Asian community, which is just not being served adequately by the existing stores. I want to address Community Board 15.
No, you don't need to.
You don't need to.
Yeah, they don't really have. They don't. No, but they don't really have.
Okay.
We don't ask for their opinion on liquor stores
and I brought it up. They made certain allegations about the church across the street and this and
No,
that.
if they had shown up, we certainly would let them speak. But I don't know that we need their
So as
opinion.
long as that's not an issue, I did measure this myself. I've been measuring churches in licensed establishments for a good many years, and I think I know how to do the measurement properly.
And you understand the ramifications if you were wrong. So
Yes.
I assume you were right.
Let me ask you a question. So I get that your business plan is based on the large size of the store, and so would you consider having a smaller store, or is that sort of not a negotiable point?
I think we could work on the retail space of the store, but we've taken that store. I think we could reevaluate what's for warehousing and storage, and what's going to be retail space. Our ability to buy and warehouse in a store is extremely important to the method of operation. That's why you also have, as Exhibit C, a price chart. We shop these 5 closest liquor stores. Their pricing at all of the stores is extremely high, and it's shown in Exhibit C in the chart, in our chart on the sampling of products. In order for us to have the competitive lower pricing, we can do that by purchasing in when it's the time to purchase in and get those quantity discounts that we can pass on to our consumers. So we add a lot to public convenience and advantage that these other stores have just not done. There were also, in this shopping center itself, there was another liquor store at one time in the 90s, I believe, that was out of the shopping center. So we could, and I'd have to speak to the applicant, we could discuss what we can reduce the retail area by, if that would be helpful. That's doable.
You want to have that discussion first?
Yep.
Okay.
If you would permit us to.
I think so.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
May I just say 1 or 2 words?
Sure.
I just want to point out and emphasize that the 3 of the 6 closest stores, and they're here now, are Asian owners. Piali at 3965 Ocean Avenue, which is the closest store. Wee's Fine Spirits, which is Avenue Z, but that again is on Sheepshead Bay Road, on the northern end. And Wee's Fine Spirits, Wee's is at Avenue Z, and Sheepshead Bay Liquor on Sheepshead Bay Road, right in the middle of this village that's close to this store. 3 Chinese-owned operations. In addition to that, the gentleman is here who owns Wines and Liquors in New York on Nostrand Avenue. The second is basically a kosher store, the second closest. So it's not the question.
Mr. Lin, what's your point? Are they, just because they're Chinese, it doesn't mean that they're carrying Chinese products.
But if there was
saying that they offer something
that... If there was a demand for that, I apologize, if there's a demand for that, they certainly would have had it, just like New York wines. When we had that as the soup du jour of each argument, people just don't buy New York wines the way that it was postulated before. If there's a demand for it, they've been there for those stores have been there for quite a while. And just because they've had the transfers doesn't mean that they don't cater to what is asked upon by the public. In addition, I just want to make one other argument. There's a supermarket there between 17th and 18th Street, because I was there, is a super Stop and Shop, and it's amazing. Right next to that super Stop and Shop, half a block away, is a Chinese market. So there's no question that this is not just going to be a destination area. This whole community is all involved with Avalon, is all involved where there's 4 stores already just a few feet away from each other.
Okay, we're going to let that...
To respond to Mr. Liswood, and I think you hit the nail on the head, Commissioner Fan, that because these owners are Chinese doesn't mean that they're supplying what the community needs. And
so if I was to summarize your argument, is your argument that the 4 stores that are within 0.4 miles are in the business of selling alcohol, but they're not in the business of selling alcohol that the customers want?
Or
They're in the
making
business
money.
of selling. They're what we used to call small convenience stores. You're running out. They're high prices, no parking, very limited inventory. Wheeze, one of the owners, he's saying Chinese, no New York State wines, a small selection of kosher wines, almost no.
Okay, go find out if he'll take
Asian
less
products.
to answer her question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I'll go out and I'll speak to them.
Yeah.
But what's happening again? Everyone is going. Oh, God knows what Best Buy is doing because everyone is going 2 neighborhoods over.
Well, no one's saying
Best
that.
Buy.
No one is saying that these stores are suffering.
I understand that.
So I don't know
there
that. I don't
should be
even know if
room.
that argument is true. We're not saying these stores are suffering. So, but it's irrelevant because we license Best Buy. They exist.
I'll talk to my clients. We can have a second call.
Yes.
We have 2 matters where we have an interpreter available, so we can get those done now.
They here or in New York?
Down in New York.
Oh.
Could we get a chance to take a 5-minute break?
Or we can take a 5-minute break.
It's before. We take
I
a
don't
break.
remember even. Oh,
We're going to take a brief recess.
yeah. Yes, all the way by the cafeteria.
All right, we are back on the record after a brief recess, and we are still considering item 772.
Yes. Whenever you're ready.
We're ready.
We went outside, we discussed it. I'm not sure exactly what you're looking for, but if we felt if we reduced the retail space by like 15%, it would bring it down to 3,400 square feet.
You mean just the retail part of it?
We're reducing the retail space. Yeah, we're talking about reducing retail space. Obviously, we won't be able to warehouse to buy in on product. The way the business should be run.
15%.
About 700 square feet off the retail.
How much kosher product do you plan to sell?
Kosher, I've got kosher is 1,000 SKUs, at least 1,000 SKUs of kosher.
Okay.
And again, besides the community itself, which I'm sure you're all aware, that's a heavy Jewish presence in the community, we also want to be doing business with the temples, the synagogues, because they want to buy kosher product.
Commissioner, I have the owner here of Evan Wines and Liquors that sells kosher wines, and can he tell you the volume that he does? Would that be of interest to you?
Not me, unless the other two want to hear it. You guys want to hear it?
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Tell him who you're from.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Speak up.
I'm the owner of the Wines and Liquor in New York, located on Nostrand Avenue, and we do have thousands of SKUs of kosher wines. And I know Mr. Bassemi mentioned that a lot of customers are traveling to Best Buy Liquors to buy all their products. Well, that's not true, because we have a tremendous customer base from Sheepshead area. They do come to us. I can name thousands of SKUs of kosher wines like Baron Herzog, like Sigal, like Sagat, like beautiful rosés wine. We have over 60 rosé wines, that at least 10 kosher wines. We have thousands of different SKUs of every possible kosher wine there is. I'm willing to present pictures, and not only working with major Southern Empire companies, we work with every. We are with Royal Wines, with Allied companies, with many different small distributors that do sell kosher wine, and we gladly buy all those products from them to give it to our customers. And not only Chinese or Japanese based, we supply that product to all the different ethnic groups in the area, and we're willing to do so. Also, I just want to mention, I know that's not really, that we do tastings weekly. Every time we get a new product in the store, we either our company sends a person, or we ourselves open bottles and let our customers taste all the different wines. And so I know Mr. Basseni mentioned there's going to be tastings and food pairing. We do all that. And also about the other stores, I also, as a competitor, I go to other stores. It's not true that their stores, the shelves are empty. They do have many wines. And I'm not going to comment on how many SKUs, thousands of SKUs of wines that the other store will have, but obviously that number is not correct, because in 3,400 square feet, thousands of SKUs of kosher wine. Again, I'm not going to say it's a lie, but it's obviously not true, because it's impossible to do so. So, like I said to you, we have great presence of kosher, New York, French, Italy.
All right, thank you. You're repeating yourself now. We got it. Thanks.
Get it. Thank you very much.
And this is from the store that's on Nostrand Avenue, which is not one of the 4 or 5 closest stores, and is something like 13 plus blocks away from where we go.
All right.
I'm ready to vote.
You ready to vote?
I'm ready to vote.
All right, Commissioner Fan.
All the 4 kosher stores, 3 of them are showing healthy increases. I'm going to lower the retail space to 3,000 and vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford.
There's at least 2 stores within like 2 or 3 blocks away. I'm going to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. The place is, it's just too big. Even with the decreasing sales, in size. The experience this agency has seen is that when there's too many stores in an area, the stores that suffer as a result of the new store coming in end up breaking the law in order to survive. And that is why we do this. And that's my concern with dropping a 6,000 square foot store in the middle of, I think he said, 15 stores in 1.3 miles, and certainly 4 or 5 within 0.4 miles. So I'm going to vote to deny.
Even with reduced?
Yeah, I just think 3,000 is too big. I understand your point, and I'm not saying that they wouldn't be able to sell at cheaper prices. I just don't think there's enough public convenience and advantage given the stores that are there and the risk that the law is going to be broken. So.
Thank you. We have 2 matters with an interpreter. We'll try to get those taken care of now. First one is 896 El Caney Restaurant and Bar Corp. And if the interpreter can come up too.
My name is Agustin Frias. I'm the president and owner of the All Caney Restaurant and Bar.
Who needs the interpreter?
Santa Jimenez.
Santa Jimenez.
The manager. You wanted the manager to appear.
Oh, okay.
So, previous denial of the DJ and dancing. So you amended everything to exclude dancing, but not the DJ. Deny it again.
And then the manager, where has she worked previously? Can you interpret for her?
I did.
Oh, what'd she say?
336 East Tremont.
What was the name of it?
¿Cómo se llamaba?
Grand Chess.
Grand Chess. Grand Chess.
Grand Chess. Is it still open?
Todavía sigue abierto.
Sí.
Yes.
Jackie? Grand Chess. Am I saying that right?
No, she was not. It's Grand Chef. C-H-E-F.
Is that a restaurant?
Restaurante.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
She was the manager of it?
Yes.
Yes.
Did they have DJs and things and live music?
Tenían DJ y música en vivo.
No.
No.
It's at 237 East Tremont. What was she also seems to have worked at a place called Caney Restaurant Bar Corp. What's that?
Oh, esa era cuando yo tenía mi restaurante.
That's where I used to have my restaurant.
Why? It's the same name as this one?
No, ese es a donde yo trabajo ahora. A donde yo trabajo ahora se llama Gran Canet. ¿Cómo es?
Usted trabaja por el Grand Chef.
Grand Chef.
No, where I work now is called Grand Chef.
No, I'm asking her the name. The place she worked before that was called Caney Restaurant Bar Corp. at 188th Street in the Bronx. Did she own that?
El lugar anterior en la 188.
Oh, en la 188, sé. Okay.
¿Cómo se llamaba ese?
Se llamaba el Canet.
Is that the correct pronunciation? It's called Canet.
Just
I was the owner.
nice question.
Yes.
Have you worked at an establishment that serves alcohol? Grand Chef did not hold a license.
Usted trabajaba en
The application wasn't drawn.
que servían alcohol, porque Grand Chef.
El restaurante era mío.
At my restaurant.
I might have.
At my restaurant.
Which is Caney Restaurant.
Caney Restaurant.
El restaurante Grand Chef. Canet. En la 188
Señora,
y
conteste
medio.
lo que le están preguntando.
En la 188 y medio.
Señora, la pregunta que le acaban de hacer. Tiene que contestar. I'm sorry, I'm having a problem She's not answering to what you asked.
I got that.
Señora, escuche la pregunta y conteste. Could you repeat the question so she can answer because she's not giving the proper answer?
She owned a restaurant on 188th Street. Did it serve alcohol?
Usted era dueña de un restaurante en la 188 que servían alcohol. ¿Sí o no?
Sí.
Yes.
Did they ever have any trouble with the state liquor authority?
¿Alguna vez ellos tuvieron un problema con la autoridad de alcoholes?
No.
No.
Why is this current restaurant where she wants to work, why does it have the same name?
¿Y por qué es que en este restaurante donde usted quiere trabajar ahora tiene el mismo nombre?
Porque el dueño le gustó el nombre de mío.
Because the owner liked the name, so he used it.
What does Caney mean in her language?
¿Qué significa el nombre del restaurante?
Eso en Santo Domingo. Cana, un indio. Se le llama el canel.
Oh, it's a Taíno native name from the Dominican Republic.
How does she know the owner?
¿Cómo usted conocía al dueño?
Era de Santo Domingo.
Back from the Dominican Republic.
Do we have anything on the old place?
On the old place, no. She wrote in, she was the president from 2012 to 2014. We issued a license October of 2012 and it was surrendered April of 2011. So it was not even a year that she worked there.
Wait, it was issued when?
October of 2010 and surrendered April of 2011. So
They had liquor for 5 months?
Yeah.
Or 6 months?
So-
Ask her why she surrendered the license, the liquor license at her old restaurant.
¿Por qué usted devolvió la licencia del restaurante?
porque yo lo vendí.
Because I sold it.
What year?
¿Qué año?
Hace como 5 años. No me acuerdo.
I don't remember. It's probably 5 years ago.
Well, you don't remember what year you sold the restaurant?
¿Usted no recuerda el año que lo vendió?
No.
No.
How long did she own it?
¿Por cuánto tiempo usted fue dueña?
Como 6 años.
6 años. About 6 years.
Hold on a second.
No, I'm not even.
Hold on.
We're not going any further.
This is weird.
Yeah.
Sorry, no, she sold it to herself. I have another application with her name on it.
Pero yo, let me.
No, yo lo vendí a otra gente, a una muchacha lo vendí porque no podía ya cargar ellos sola.
I sold the restaurant to someone else, to some other girl.
And then it was sold to someone else. And this address has a lot of activity.
Negative activity?
No, nothing. It's all, there's no history, address history.
But it's just
But it's been just kind of bounced around.
not the one here, the 188th
The
Street.
188, yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, now I see it. Upgrade, she upgraded.
Oh, okay.
There it is.
So there is no
Computer
negative
screen.
adverse. There's no adverse history.
Well, now I wrote that one up. Yeah, I don't
All right. You guys have any questions?
What I have a question. So this is a restaurant with 4 employees, recorded music, no dancing,
Un restaurante.
no
que-
live music, no DJ. Why do you need 4 licensed security guards?
¿Para qué usted necesita 4 guardianes de
She
seguridad?
does, ella me está preguntando a mí. Soy el owner.
know.
I put on 4 security guards, but I'm only using 2 security guards.
What are the other 2 doing?
So you just want 2?
Yes, I'm only gonna hire 2 security guards,
You're
not
gonna
4.
have 2 security guards 7 nights a week,
Yes,
even though your hours are midnight and 1 a.m.?
yes.
Okay.
What happened to the DJ booth that was in the place when you bought it?
I took that out.
All right.
So no DJ, no dancing.
No.
Do you have French windows? Do your windows stay open?
Yes.
Okay.
Where did you get the name of the restaurant?
From Canada.
From what?
From Santa Jimena. I like that name, so I use the name.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Ready to vote then?
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Fan.
With no objection from the community board and the method of operation of no dancing, no live music, no DJ, no outdoor service, windows closed by 10 p.m., and one manager, and hours Sunday to Wednesday, 11 to 12, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 1 a.m. close, I vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford.
I vote to approve on the same grounds, and I do hope that you, as an interpreter, the other gentleman there, will help explain all of this to her to make sure she understands. I vote to approve.
I vote to approve as well on the same ground.
You can't explain right now because we need to do the next case.
Yes.
Okay. Next case is 904-905.
All right, thank you.
Next Bar and Lounge Corp.
Oh, Tom? Hey. Sorry, I meant to say also that the security guard should go down to 2. All right, thanks.
We're all set with that, right? Well, yes. We need the interpreter to stay right there. And, all right, 904-905, La Cantina Next Bar and Lounge Corp.
He's on our way.
We got the request from the interpreter. It was 11 o'clock last night.
State your name.
Sandra Mendieta.
Sandra Mendieta.
Does she know her license expired?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you file the renewal yet?
Sí.
Yes.
Did she?
Keep going.
Oh, there's nothing else to do.
It was disapproved.
Under SAPA?
No, the license was disapproved. Under 589.
Yeah.
That means it was not timely.
Right, okay. All right. We're ready, Tom.
Ready to vote? Commissioner Fan.
I would accept.
I'll accept as well.
I'll accept.
What would you like me to do with renewal?
You can.
Reactivate?
Yes, yep.
Upon payment?
All right.
Yes.
The members have accepted the offer.
6,000, thank you.
All right, you're all set. We have one more item with folks in Albany and New York. 799, Yarrow Wines and Liquor Corp.
Good morning, Robert Sletnick for the applicant.
What are you hitting? Swinging both sides of the plate today? You're opposing?
Others do. I decided to.
All right, go ahead.
My client should be there in the city.
That's all right. I'm not. He's less important.
I'm representing B&B Liquor Store Inc. One of the 4 closest stores. I believe it is the closest store.
It is.
This is an application by Yarrow Wines and Liquor for.
Thanks, opposition.
This is that's that's the owner of P&B. So this is Yarrow Wine and Liquors. They are putting in for a application on I guess what they're calling a semi-bulletproof store in the Bronx, located at 122, 126 East 157th Street. P&B is located at 878 Girard Avenue. It's 975 feet from the applicant. You have the four closest liquor stores are within a half-mile radius of the applicant, within a 1 half-mile radius of the applicant. You have a total population of under 40,000 people. And I've attached a demographic survey. Since 2010, population has grown in the aggregate less than 4%. So that's 10 to 18, 2010.
How many years? 8 years?
8 years. Over the next 5 years, the population is forecast to grow only 2.3% over the next 5 years. The average household income in this area is $47,000, and that's household income. The applicant is located in the 10451 zip code, which is the Concourse and Highbridge sections of the Bronx. Those areas, Concourse and Highbridges, the rate of violent crime per capita is greater than that of the city as a whole, and the incarceration rate is 813 per 100,000 people, which is also higher than that of the city as a whole. The applicant intends, as I said, on having a semi-bulletproof store. I think where the cashier and certain counter space, from what I could tell, it was difficult to determine exactly, but from the floor plan that I was looking at, from the applicant's application, it appears that one side of the store is bulletproof, covering the cashier's enclosure as well as some counters. And then you have the center of the store with some shelving that would be open. The configuration that the applicant proposes doesn't provide a modern and pleasant shopping environment. The other liquor stores in the area are bulletproof stores as well. P&B Liquors, who is the closest liquor store, is an open store, completely open store. No bulletproof installations at all. Carries thousands of SKUs.
Poke around the cashier, doesn't he?
A little quiet, please.
B&B, as I said, carries thousands of SKUs, 4,500 SKUs. It has a full variety of both spirits and wines. It's adequately serving the consumers of the area. Also, from the gross sales letters from between 2017 and 2018, its sales have decreased by almost $300,000. EHE Liquor shows sales without any dramatic increase since 2016. Likewise, White and Black Wines and Liquors, which purchased the business in 2016, shows little increase in sales. LLQ.
Did they purchase that, White and Black, did they purchase that in 2016, or did they open it? Do you know?
I had purchased, for what...
I can't tell.
I don't specifically recall why I had purchased, but I believe it, that's what I have. So
right.
I think I saw it somewhere, but again,
right.
I could be wrong.
I'll ask it.
Okay. LLQ Liquor, I believe, purchased the business in 2017. They show flat sales. Then we have Desires Wine and Liquors, which opened, I believe, maybe a new story, December of 2018.
No, that one is a...
Is that a purchase?
Yeah, 2012.
Okay, so they purchased in December of 2018. Therefore, they were not able to provide any sales figures to the Liquor Authority when I reviewed their gross sales letter.
Black and White Wines and Liquors was a new license application. That's the first issuance. It was not
May in 2016?
Correct.
Okay.
Was that new?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
It was new, yes.
Oh.
Okay.
So I believe the B&B Liquors, which is the closest and largest of the stores, adequately serves consumers of the area. I don't see that this store would be, the applicant would be lending anything to public convenience and advantage.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other objectors there?
Yes.
Go ahead.
You know.
Oh, okay. My name is Hong Chen. I represent the Second Coast Store, LLQ Liquor Inc., which is located 281E 161 First Street, Bronx, which is only 5 minutes by walking there to this applicant. So my client got this store in 2017, and the gross sale is not very good, and plus last year is only $500,000 gross sale. The store is 760 square feet, a small store. We don't need another store to the community because there is no increase, not a very good big increase of population. We have enough liquor stores in the neighborhood, and all the gross sales in the neighborhood are going down in the past few years. So no reason for liquor authority to approve this new store in this area.
All right, thank you. You done? Is that it?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Not in opposition.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Briefly, the
Hold,
applicant...
let me stop you there. Can you have the opposition sit down now? They don't need to stand there while he's talking. Thank you.
Thank you. Briefly, just so you know that Mr. Sanchez, who is one of the principals, and his wife, they had a liquor store on Sherman Avenue for many, many years. What happened is the landlord saw that it was successful, told him that he would not renew the lease because he wanted to have his son open a liquor store there instead. He then removed it up to a location in the Bronx where he was operating for a while successfully, had a stroke, as a result had to sell his store. I'm happy to say fully recovered. He then applied for a liquor store elsewhere, and the board turned him down because they thought that it was too close to other stores. So he's coming back again with this, because the liquor store operation has been basically what he's done his whole life. I would note that Mr. Buscemi's client has twice as much floor space as the store, and its sales are close to $5 million a year. So I believe it's a very successful store. Of the 5 closest stores, all of them are fully bulletproof, other than Mr. Buscemi's, which is, I believe, partial. And this store is going to be just where the cashier is bulletproof. Aside from that, it's going to be open.
He said his is open floor. B&B. B&B is open.
I believe he's got a cashier, maybe.
No, he was referring to
he was referring to you.
Right. I said of the 5, they're all fully bulletproof other than Mr. Buscemi's.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay.
That's true. And this will be just a cashier also under that.
When you say just a cashier, what are you talking about? There's just a room that holds the money, and
it's a small space where the counter is, where the cashier will be. If you look at the diagram, I believe you see it.
All right, go ahead.
Also, if you look at the diagram of where the stores are, there are no close stores south of where this location is.
So when you say, is there going to be anybody on the floor helping customers, or is that the only employee behind the bulletproof glass?
No, there's going to be, that's who's collecting the money. They're going to have somebody out there who can be available during busy hours to help the customers. And obviously to protect the merchandise too.
Well, their method of operation says no employees, so who's doing it?
No, it says the 2 of them are going to be managing it. If they need to hire, they're going to obviously hire people to stock the shelves, etc.
Well, your application says no employees.
Well, there's no management employees other than them.
No, it really said no employees. Yeah. There's another question that indicates managers, but this is how many employees? 0.
Okay, well, I believe that they will hire people to stock the shelves, do deliveries, etc.
Well, they're right next to you. Can you ask them?
Are you going to hire people to do the deliveries and help them stock the shelves? Yeah. Yes.
Say no.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
And that we believe that this would be in the best interest of the community. Going south of them, if you look at the map, there are no liquor stores. The only liquor stores are, I'll say, going north and a little bit east. Other than Mr. Buscemi's client, all of them are more than 2,500 feet away as the crow flies. So it's quite a distance from this store to the other stores. and we do not believe that they will be hurting those stores and that there would be a public convenience because all the other people south of them are not serviced by any of those stores which are even further away from them. Thank you.
If I may just point out, in looking at the diagram, this is what I brought up when I mentioned the diagram initially. It doesn't appear that it's just the cashier's booth that's behind glass. It also appears, and again, that the sales counter and certain shelving appear to be.
Yeah, I was just looking at that as well. What's the shelving behind the? It looks like that glass goes all the way across the back of the store. What's the counter? And the,
when you walk in the entrance to your right is the cashier and the bulletproof enclosure.
Right.
And then aside from that, it's just a counter. Maybe that's how the line is, but that's just a counter and shelving out there.
So that counter and shelving, that's open to the public?
Correct.
Ready to vote, Frank?
Yep.
All right, Commissioner Fan.
I see increasing numbers in 2 of the 5 closest stores. One of them didn't send in anything. Oh, no, one of them is new. The applicants clearly has experience in this area and has a relatively minor adverse history with the authority. And because of that, I vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford.
I'm going to vote to approve for the same reasons as Commissioner Fan, and also for the fact that, to your point, there's nothing that seems to be south of this particular store, so I see that there might be public convenience and advantage to be met, so I'm going to vote to approve.
Chairman Brown.
I'm going to vote to deny, but it's approved.
Thank you.
The next item we have is 823 for Tavern Court. $823.
Donald Bernstein on behalf of the licensee. This was a disciplinary matter. We went to a hearing on 2 of the 4 charges. The ALJ had sustained the 2 that we were contesting, and we filed a letter in controversion. What essentially occurred is that a patron had become disruptive and unruly. He was belligerent with a bartender. Bartender said that he would not serve him, asked him to leave. He would not. Another staff member called a security guard. Security came in, spoke to the gentleman inside. He became hostile.
Mr. Bernstein, they have the record before them. So.
And your controversion.
Yeah, Mr. Bernstein, so in your letter, you mostly discussed charge 3 and 4, and 1 and 2, and you did not contest 3 and 4 at the hearing. So my question is, what's the music situation right now, and what is the security guard situation right now?
So the application was filed in 2004. I don't know who filed the application. For whatever reason, the application did not check off music. When I told my client that, he was perplexed. He said they always intended to have music. It's a restaurant and a bar. It was an error. Once we found out about that, we've corrected it. We have since notified the community board of our intention to file for a change in method of operation. Once the 30 days expires, we will be filing to add both of those to the license. So we offer that in mitigation.
You know, I would probably move to dismiss charge 1, except for the fact that for charge 3 that you had guards when you weren't supposed to. And also the fact that, number 2, there was no manager on duty. No one seemed to be in charge there.
Commissioner, there had been a manager. He had left earlier that evening. The bartenders and other staff that have been working there have been there, some of them for over 10 years. They were very experienced. Since 2004, they've never had a violation. They've never had an incident like this before.
The ALJ found that the incident was instigated by
the security guard.
Right. That was the
So I'm going to sustain 1, 2, 3, and 4, and let you guys.
I'm at 5,000.
That's precisely what I was thinking. 5,000.
5,000.
May I just make one point about the security? The reason why we controverted is because the security guard did just what he was supposed to do.
No.
He
See that? I read your letter and he didn't. Somebody should have called the police. They didn't. And the security guard, whether he pushed or didn't push or whatever, he put hands on the person. And that he shouldn't have been doing either.
Mr. Chairman, I think in a situation
And
where
he shouldn't have been there.
If someone is being verbally belligerent, I don't think the police department wants to be called in that situation. This was just an incident.
Well, why don't we let them decide that rather than you and I speculate on whether they would have come or not?
Well, by the time they would have come, we would have had an incident for sure.
Well, that once again is speculation because nobody called, so we don't know.
It wasn't speculation because there was an incident.
Right.
Well.
And perhaps you should amend your method of operation to have security.
Well, we've begun that process already.
Thank you.
All right, the next item is 797.
Did you want to see that, Mr. Hope, or is
No.
Explosion 21 Bark Court.
797.
Hi, Leonard Fogelman, attorney for the applicant who is here with me. I just received yesterday and did not have a chance late afternoon yesterday I just received a letter from Community Board 7, which you do not have in front of you. Like I said, I just got it yesterday. If I can read it to you, it should make you at ease about this application.
Whoa. What are you reading to us?
I think
Board 7 hold on, Mr. Folk. Community Board 7 submitted an opposition to this. Mr. Folkman is now saying he's got a letter from them which apparently changes that.
We have been to the community board a couple of times in the last couple of months. The community board has now changed their mind and they are now not in opposition to this. And since I believe that the reason this is up here is because of the opposition of Community Board 7.
All right, so who's in the room for us? Is anybody in the room for SLA there?
Yeah.
Jonathan, can you take a picture with your phone and text that to somebody here, Tom?
Yeah, I could email it. I could take a picture and an email.
Sure.
And then just go ahead with your presentation and we'll go.
Right. The second page is an email from them yesterday afternoon.
Oh, hold on for a second. Jonathan, you can email that to me, all right?
Of course.
Yeah.
The community board had the objection of no security plan that was submitted, so that has been done.
Yes, we also have it. We have a community. We have a security plan. We have met with a licensed security company. I have a copy of their license from the New York State Department of Licensing Services that show that they are a licensed security company. We have a written security plan, and we have a contract from them that will be signed upon, if this license application is approved, we will sign a security plan contract with this licensed security company.
Was there a club at this location previously?
What was here before? Yes, there was.
What was the name of it?
Tropicoso.
But we don't have any license for them? Was that part of another license?
I have no idea. This gentleman has no relationship to anybody who was there previously. He signed a new lease with the landlord, and he has gotten community board approval, and he's going to have a security plan in place with a licensed
So let me ask you this: you have it's supposed to be a restaurant, and the capacity of the restaurant's 115 people, and when I do the math in my head, that should mean multiple employees, yet your application indicates you're going to have 4. How are you going to serve 115 people with 4 employees?
Can you answer that question? Can you tell them on our application that you stated that there's going to be 4 employees, but you have a capacity of 115 people? Will you have more than 4 employees?
We did, yeah.
Well, I just asked him.
Why are you asking him? Did you fill this out for him?
I submitted it for him. He filled it out. I reviewed it. I submitted it. There will be 37 tables. There'll be 1 bar. If there was an error in specifying the number of
How
employees.
many employees is he going to have?
How many employees will you have?
37 tables for 4 people. That makes a lot of sense.
So I have the letter.
How many employees is he going to have?
Well, I put 4, but for the application. But if we needed more,
will you have 6 employees, 8 employees?
So here's what concerns me. You have almost as many security guards as you do employees, which leads me to believe this isn't going to be a restaurant.
Well, I think if you look at the menu, you will see that it is a.
I'm not looking at the menu because the menu only means something if they're going to serve the food.
Oh, they definitely.
But I am looking at the fact that he wants dancing, recorded music, DJs. What are the hours?
Hold on, let me take a look.
And
at
a dance floor, by the way. Well, actually, no, dancing with no dance floor. I don't know where they're dancing.
And frankly, if you look at the menu, there's actually more alcohol on it than food. There's a cheeseburger where it stated it's 100% pure beef.
As opposed to what?
Oh, under music, we wrote recorded DJ, no jukebox, no karaoke, no live music, no event promoter.
What are the hours?
What are your hours? What hours will you be open?
From 9 to 4.
From when, please?
From 9 p.m. to 4 a.m.
9 p.m. to 4 a.m.
Denied. Have a good day.
I vote to deny.
One moment, please.
No, not one moment. You're done.
Mr. Fogman, you're voting.
And I'm going to give you some advice, Mr. Fogman. Perhaps the next time you have a client, you should sit down with him before you come here and learn a little bit about his method of operation so you could correct these problems before he answers incorrectly. Have a good day.
For the record, I deny too.
Thank you. Next item is 871, Down Under Pubs, LLC.
9 to 4.
Good afternoon, Stacy Weiss for the licensee, CNC for $1,000.
No, it's not. It's a default.
I spoke to Ms. O'Hara back in February, and we came to a $1,000 agreement on this.
You spoke to who?
Ms. O'Hara. We came to a $1,000 agreement.
Who's Miss O'Hara?
Okay,
It's not even her case.
Yeah, it is.
Did you send in a...
What number am I?
Ms. Weiss, did you send in an offer?
Yeah, we sent in an offer on this.
Okay, well, there's nothing here. It's just, it came to us as a default.
Do you have the facts?
Yeah, I have a fax. Yeah, I have a copy of the fax that we sent out.
When did you send it in?
We spoke on February 13th.
I'm not asking about when you spoke. When did you send this fax in?
I believe we sent it in the same day we spoke to her, February 13th. I don't have a copy of the fax that we sent out, but I have a copy of the paperwork that we sent.
So you don't have the actual proof that you sent it in?
No, I don't have all the paperwork with it. I just have the copy of paperwork that we prepared to say.
Mark, what would you like me to do with this?
Could we then?
Hold on.
Okay.
The chairman is asking council a question.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Well, it is a bizarre charge, too. Yeah, 'cause there's nothing associated with it. All right.
And they have a history since 2008.
All right, we'll take the 1,000.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Next item is 911, 3419 Entertainment Court.
Stacy Weiss again for the licensee. I spoke to Ms. Marcica on this, and we came to a $6,500 agreement. Excuse me, a $6,500 agreement on it.
Yeah, I'm countering at 10.
Yeah, what's going on with this place? I mean, they paid us $21,500 so far. Actually, $2,000 hasn't been paid yet, or has it?
Not yet. We're still waiting for it.
Still wait. There's money owed. Okay, so we'll pay that too.
Well, that's good.
10,000.
I'm sorry.
I'm at
10,000.
10,000
Okay.
counter.
Thank you.
Still hold on the
Okay, we'll take it.
Yes, hold the remove.
Yep.
Okay.
Accepting the counter offer?
We'll take it.
Oh, they took it. Okay.
We'll take it. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Next item is 770, Watches 60 Green Inc.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley, Commissioners Ford, and Commissioner Fan. Max Bookman, Pizetsky and Bookman for the applicant. With me is David Kelly, the applicant. This is we filed two applications with the exact same concept, exact same licensee, one in Hudson Yards and one here at 60 Green. The one in Hudson Yards has been open and fully approved and operating for some time. The one here at Green has been waiting to come to the full board. The reason why it's at the full board is even though this is not a 500-foot case, Manhattan Community Board 2 did issue a recommendation of denial. I don't see Mr. Booth here or anyone else from the community board. We thought it was odd that the community board issued a denial because at the CB meeting, nobody showed up in opposition to the application, and in fact, we actually got the support of the Special Alliance, which we never get, and so we were sort of surprised when we got the CB denial. If you read their resolution, members, their denial basically says that this is one of the few areas in their community board district that is not subject to the 500-foot law, and they'd like to keep it that way, which of course is not good cause for denying an application that's not subject to the 500-foot law. So we are here. We think there's certainly grounds to approve.
Mr. Kelly, are you an employee of Watches of Switzerland, or you're an outside vendor?
I'm an employee.
And your background is in retail of watches, or is it in food and beverage?
Retail and retail marketing.
So just to be clear about the concept, for these two stores, this is a high-end watch store. They've added a bar area downstairs. Mr. Kelly has always been with Watches of Switzerland. He is the principal of Watches 60 Green, which is a separate entity which is hired to do the food and beverage, which is essentially provided to enhance the in-store experience. And so he is the principal of this entity. He is responsible, and he is the one at Hudson Yards. He's been responsible for the F&B there, and will be here as well.
Oh, you're doing both stores?
Yes.
But he works for Watches of Switzerland.
That's right. He works for Watches of Switzerland, but he's also the principal of Watches 60 Green Inc., which is the F&B manager that's going to handle the F&B here.
And that's a separate entity?
That's right, and that's the entity that we've applied as.
What are I see the hours, forget it.
Yeah, the hours are incredibly, favorable from a community board perspective, closing 8 p.m. every day of the week except Sunday, where we're closing at 6.
Is this going to be open to the public or just people that are buying watches?
Oh, no, sir. It's open to the public. Anyone who wants to buy a $10,000 watch is welcome to come in and shop around. It's we're fully open to the public as well as the bar area downstairs. Of course,
No,
we're not.
that's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about, the
Yes,
area
yes.
downstairs.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the bar area downstairs is open to the public as well. We're of course not really, promoting the bar as a place to independently come to. It's really what we envision happening is customers who are browsing the watches will be able to buy a drink to enhance their watch purchasing experience, but anyone is welcome to come and buy a drink.
Would he be willing to take a tavern wine?
That's not part of the concept, Commissioner Fan. What we have applied for both locations really requires full liquor, full service bar, and that's what we're asking for here. That's what we asked the community board. I understand that they're opposed in general to the idea of further licensing in this neighborhood, but the fact is that it's not subject to the 500-foot law. And in fact, if the CB had even raised this at their meeting, and they didn't, we were sort of surprised by their resolution. But if they had raised this sort of issue that they're putting in their resolution about bringing more licenses to the area, what I would have told them and what I would suggest to you members is that this location, which is really a very community favorable concept, is now going to plug a gap in the 500-foot map of that community board. And so now any further application in this area is going to be subject to the 500-foot law, and the community board will have all the advantages of that, including the public interest requirement.
Did you raise that with them or no? I bet they were very happy about that.
No, I didn't raise that, Mr. Chairman, because they didn't ask. Again, we were shocked by this resolution because at the CB meeting, not only was there no opposition, but at the community board members themselves asked no questions of us other than to get a little better sense of the concept and to not raise this 500-foot issue that we found in their resolution. So I never had a chance to talk about that with the community board.
All right. So when you talk about live events here, you said you want one per month?
Yeah, so
that's within the hours of 12 to 6 during the week and 11 to 8, 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. Sundays, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday. That's within that time frame, special events? So
Yes,
it's over at 8 o'clock no matter what?
Yes, Commissioner Ford. And just to be clear what those events are is that since this is a high-end watch retailer, from time to time a new watch may come out and they will do an opening for that product at the establishment. But any event is closed at the closing hours that we offered to the community board and what we're offering here.
I'm just wondering what kind of events those would be. I mean,
well, it's like a
you say
marketing
music and
event.
stuff like that. Do you mean rappers? They wear expensive watches.
Well, the music that we offered was acoustic jazz. Yes, we did offer a DJ, but again, and we've talked about this before, it's the kind of DJ that is not for dancing, but for someone who's just standing there picking the next song. And just to give you a flavor of the event, Commissioner Ford, it's promotional events for press, for social media folks who. There's a community of folks on social media who blog about high-end watches. So they come and invited. They're shown the watch. There may be some past hors d'oeuvres, some past cocktails, things of that nature, and it's all wrapped up by the stipulated times.
All right.
Can I just take a moment and speak with council?
Mm-hmm.
All right, after a conference of council, we're back on the record, item 770.
What are the hours again?
11 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day except Sunday, which is 12 p.m. to 6 p.m.
And so can you just explain how the bar tavern actually does it take reservations, and are you expecting people to come off the street?
Well, so it's a bar, tavern in the basement of a high-end watch store. So, no, there won't be reservations. The way it will work, Commissioner Fan, is someone who is browsing for one of the high-end watches who comes in off of the street to help complement that experience and frankly, to encourage them to buy in brick and mortar instead of buy online, which is the impetus of all this stuff. It's hard to get people into brick and mortar stores these days. So to make a more complete, hospitable experience as they are purchasing or browsing to purchase a high-end watch, they'll be brought downstairs where there's additional watch selections, and they will have the opportunity to purchase a drink. Anyone can come off the street and do that.
Are you going to charge them for the drink? Because if someone's buying a $100,000 watch, I can't imagine you giving them a $20 bill for the bourbon that they just drank.
No drinks will be free, as the law requires. We must charge them for the drink. And anyone can come downstairs and take a drink if they pay for it. And by the way, Commissioner Fan, the CB resolution did note that the CB resolution noted we'd be giving complimentary drinks. I don't know where they got that idea from, but we're not. Okay. And that's part of the experience, and in hopes that they enjoy the brick and mortar experience a little more than just purchasing online, which is becoming a big problem in this industry.
Okay, I mean, I'm slightly concerned that the more drinks people consume, the more willing they're going to be spending on your high-end watches, which I guess is your strategy, but also
that concern,
a point of concern for me. Given that you already got... Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, forgive me. All I was going to say was, you do see this, unfortunately, if you walk into high-end retail stores, you may often see it being done illegally, where they just take out, some champagne for their high-end customers, when in high-end clothing, retail, or fashion. This is sort of the right way to do it.
Can you just send us the name of those stores?
All right, I'll vote to approve.
I vote to approve as well.
Chairman Bradley?
Approve.
Thank you, members.
I'm going to just take 2 minutes.
I should have done that. Recess. All right, after a brief recess, we are back on the record, and the next item is 826, Red, White, and Bubbly LLC.
Good afternoon, Charles Lynn for the applicant. With me is Adam Goldstein, principal of Red, White, and Bubbly. This is a removal of a liquor store in Park Slope, Brooklyn, from 211 Fifth Avenue to 205 Fifth Avenue. Applicant is removing 153 feet from its current location.
Jackie, why does that? I thought there was a
So did I.
It's also increasing the size. That's why you-
no, it's because he's increasing the size. Okay, is there any objector there?
No, and it isn't an increase in size. And when I had to finalize this with the authority, that was my mistake. The current premises is 3,500 square feet, which has 2,000 square feet ground floor, of which 1,500 is retail and 1,500 square feet basement, which is all storage. So it's 3,500 square feet total, 1,500 retail. The new store that they are going into, is actually 3,050 square feet, 1,750 square feet ground floor, of which 1,500 is retail. So the amount of square footage on retail will remain the same, and 1,300 square feet basement, all storage. They own the new building that they're going into, and it was my mistake to what the original square footage was on papers, which I did then amend when I had the deficiency notice.
All right, okay, we got it. You screwed
Yes,
up.
sir.
Go apologize to your client. I approve. I approve. Approved.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next item, 814, 11703 Hillside Catering, Inc.
Charles Lynn for the applicant. With me is Maria De Silva and her husband, Selvach Rondon. These are the two principals of 11703 Hillside Catering Inc. This is an application for a catering license at this premises. From 2012 to April 2018, these principals operated a full restaurant with no liquor at Spicy Lanka Inc. at 159-23 Hillside Avenue in Jamaica. They left that business because the lease expired and the landlord would not allow them additional space or give them the opportunity to purchase the building. Spicy Sri Lankan had a seating for only 39, and they wanted additional space. They wanted to expand because they're doing very successfully at this location. They came to meet the owner of this new location at 117-03 because the owner had come to their premises and offered them to operate his kitchen on sort of like a concessionaire agreement. That was not acceptable to them. They thought that it would be too difficult. It wasn't really something that they just wanted to operate the kitchen on. So they ended up negotiating a deal where they would end up purchasing this restaurant on Hillside Avenue. The premises, the reason also was the premises was perfect. It was almost like a turnkey. You had a full bar, a full kitchen, 2 seating rooms, has a capacity of 128, 2 bathrooms, a basement with office, and walk-in refrigerators. Again, it was just like a walk-in condition on the type of premises they wanted for an expansion of their already current business. Gillette wanted to retire. Apparently, he has a bar down in Belize where he also has a home, and he was eager to leave there and in essence, then sell the premises to my client.
How often are you planning to have events?
As many as they can right now. If you, Commissioner, They did operate a restaurant, but what's interesting is on their website, they still have people that contact them on a regular basis. So they will be then furthering marketing to, needless to say, to get as many events as possible. But it'll be in the nature of the birthday parties, bachelorette parties, wedding parties, corporate parties, those type of events is what they're looking to do.
So, Mr. Lynn, you submitted a letter on December 24th. Everything's still the same, 25 tables, 57 seats with tables, 9 seats at the bar. Customer bar U-shaped in the front right. You said some cases live entertainment. You didn't mention dancing, though.
Yes, I have it on, I believe there'll definitely be dancing. I had that on my community board notice because, as I said, with your weddings or your birthday party, you'll definitely have dancing in the area. God bless you. And
So
that's
with
also
that-
the significant.
With that letter, you submitted a method of operation, and the first line of it kind of concerns me. I don't know what this means. The applicant will be having catering events for each day of the week in conjunction with booked events. They're aware they can't have public events, right?
No, I meant that they'll have booking events. I see the inconsistency there. They know that a catering can only be events. They cannot have the public come in. And this is one of the things that was very important when they initially came to me, because this has an adverse license history. The license was canceled. And I advised them that, in order to be concerned about the prior adverse license history, it would be better not to open to the public. And then Pratt said, well, this is exactly what we don't want to do. We won't want to open to the public. We wanted a bigger place. This gives us a perfect opportunity. And in addition to that, he got tired of cooking. The Sri Lankan menu is extremely spicy, extremely tedious to produce. And he said, I'm just tired, and I have them here, I'm just tired of expending all that time and effort. So I said, well, then the catering is the perfect way to go, where you won't have to be enslaved in that type of operation. However, having said that also, I said because of the adverse history in our method of operation, we have to make sure that at least we maintain security. Kind of a tough neighborhood. So in addition, they already have surveillance cameras there. I told them that they should get ATAP certification for their people. I also suggested security. He had already told me, even without me suggesting, that he'll have one security person for every 50 people that are at the premises. So I think that this is a perfect opportunity for them to restart a business that they were very successful in, giving them exactly what they want. And the final thing is, the other person whose license was canceled has no interest in the premises, is not involved whatsoever. Matter of fact, he's in Belize, operating that with a new home, operating a bar, that's one of the reasons why he had problems, because apparently he didn't manage and supervise because he was away from the premises for periods of time.
Will you have a manager?
Yes, these two, the owners. Because they were the owners.
Hiring an outside manager or no?
I apologize, no. They ran the whole kit and caboodle over at the other restaurant.
Okay.
Sri Lanka is a very difficult type of food preparation. It requires them to be hands-on at all times.
And Mr. Lin, I much appreciated this hand-drawn map. It's beautiful. I'm looking at it and I'm like, how long did that take? I actually have that as a note.
No, I have people to do that.
Yes, people.
Well, whoever did that did a great job. So, with 1 a.m. across the board.
Well, I would ask 4 a.m. only because you do have occasionally parties that request to go beyond that. As an example, a birthday party, an event, they don't, when we were talking, they don't anticipate many events being even past 12 o'clock, but just the opportunity to have it. And if not, then maybe Thursday, Friday, and Saturday just in case they would be successful in being able to get it. That would be asking, because then again, also, I even mentioned for the community itself. There'll be no
Okay.
ropes.
Okay. All right.
Enough
I just
already.
don't want loud Sri Lankan parties,
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to mention, Commissioner. No roping outside. They're not queuing people outside because they got a perfect
Okay.
establishment.
Mr. Landon wrote
All right. With no opposition from the community board and a positive outcome from the 500-foot hearing, no manager, no promoters, live music, DJ, and dancing, one security guard for every 50 customers, windows closed at all times, and 4 a.m. across the board, I vote to approve.
I agree with all that, except I just think 4 a.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. I don't think you need 4 a.m. on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Or Thursday.
What time do you want on?
2.
I'm with him.
I'm with him.
Okay.
So 2
And
a.m.
we couldn't get just Thursday, Friday, and Saturday for?
No.
I mean, they're an established
You
business.
got Friday and Saturday, Mr. O'Leary.
Yeah, 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday. We got 4 a.m. Friday and Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is 793, Warwick Valley Wine Company, Inc.
Good afternoon. My name is Valerie Karras. I am here on behalf of my client, Warwick Valley Wine Company, Inc., and I'm here with two of the principals on the license, Jeremy Kidda and Jason Grisanti. This licensee has been a craft manufacturer in the state for almost 25 years with no adverse history. The circumstances of this case are pretty much set out, from my client's perspective, are set out in the plea letter. But I think it's worth noting that when my client became engaged with a non-licensee for contract production reasons, the non-licensee was actually actively seeking a license or was in the process of applying for a license, and there was no intent to distribute product to a non-licensee. The product would have had to have aged for at least a couple of years, and so he had every reason to believe that this company would be fully licensed by the time the product was ready. Obviously, that is not what happened. He did, when it became clear that they were not going to become licensed, they undertook some
I'm sorry,
action.
go ahead, I'm sorry.
They undertook some actions that were poor judgment, but still did not release product to non-licensees as far as he was concerned. He recognizes now that there was poor judgment here, but the intent was never to break the law. But he does take responsibility for his actions.
Did they get fined by the TTB?
They have not been fined by the TTB. As far as they had understood it, the TTB had finished their investigation. And that was about 2 years ago now?
2.5 years.
2.5 years ago now, and they thought that everything had been completed as far as the TTB was concerned.
And I don't think we're in contact with them about it. I just know that that's how we found out about it. Okay.
We have been fully cooperative with counsel's office and have worked towards a settlement number. And even before my client knew that they were under investigation by the SLA, they've been working with a compliance consultant. They've increased that work and have been developing a compliance program. They also plan to appoint.
So let me stop you there. So they did contract distilling for this company. How do they not check, or did they not check whether this company was actually licensed, or did they not know that the person had? Hold on. Or did they not know that the person had to be licensed?
They knew that in order to release the product, they would need to be licensed, and they were told. So they were producing whiskey, which takes several years before it's appropriate for.
I know, but you can't make whiskey. You can't make whiskey or anything for an unlicensed entity, correct? Tom?
Well, it's their, if they're making it, it's their whiskey. Except this wasn't what was happening here.
Right.
They were making it for him, and they actually.
It's just the fact that they didn't sell it is not really relevant.
Payment in the form
Right.
of whiskey for those services.
Right.
So at the time, my client thought that it was appropriate so long as the product was not released until they were licensed.
Okay.
So he recognizes now that he misunderstood.
Well, because seems to be a common issue in the distilling industry that they don't understand for whatever reason, right? We get this constantly.
It's with distillers and brewers that the idea that you can be producing product for somebody who's not licensed, and somehow that unlicensed entity is profiting from the activity.
All right. Well, I think go ahead.
I was just going to say that I think that from my understanding is that in other states it is permissible. And I think that's where in the industry, no, I understand that's not this state. I'm just saying that I think that that's where in the industry there is perhaps a misunderstanding here.
It's an availing of the license. You're letting an unlicensed person essentially use their license.
So, but I think that the fine is a little steep, so I am going to drop the fine myself. I don't know where you guys are. Since they do have a 24-year history with us of no history. Yeah, go ahead.
It was a late renewal violation.
Oh, well, we'll get over that. Go ahead, Mark.
No, can I consult you?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
We're back on the record after a conference with council.
Before we vote on the deal here, what's going to happen to this product, just for my own information?
The product has been transferred to other distilleries. I do not know what their plan is with the product. My client had transferred it to the other distilleries. He thought that the way to handle this, when he knew that he couldn't release it to a non-licensee, was to essentially transfer the contract distilling arrangement from this non-licensee to these distilleries, these other licensed distilleries. And so the product is now in the hands of the other distilleries, and I honestly don't know what
and now it's in casks or whatever, and it's being further manufactured.
That's my understanding.
All right, you go ahead.
I'll accept $75,000.
I'll accept $75,000 as well.
I was going to go lower, but
I'm sorry. Is there any chance that my client could? We were going to ask, if possible, based on the Cooperstown decision from the last meeting, when the suspension was dropped, we were hoping to plead for some clemency here, given the other. They were another distillery involved with this.
Hold on just for a second.
Cooperstown did what?
We filed a corporate change to actually get rid of the principle that was involved in the illegal activity.
Yeah, there was a difference there. They got rid of one of the people that they got rid of one of the owners that was involved in the illegal activity at Cooperstown. I'm assuming we're not asking you to do that, and I'm assuming you're not interested in doing that. That was part of the reason that it got dropped. And I got overruled with $75,000. Thank you.
The next item, 825, Shaitan Liquors, Inc.
Good afternoon. My name is Tarsha Smith. I represent the licensee.
What's the number, Tom?
825.
825.
I'll grant the recon, return to counsel's office.
Thank you.
Oh, hold on, we're not done yet.
I will too.
I didn't want to, even though I did grant it initially, but Mr. DeLuca is fully aware of the procedures here, and he didn't follow them. And I question whether he actually did have a dental emergency as well, but I'm overruled again.
I'm putting you down as a yes or no then.
You can put me down as a yes.
Okay. All right, you're all set. It's being returned to counsel's office.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Next item is 822, Salinas Place Court.
Good day, Commissioners. Good day, Chief Chair. John Stebby, 26 Court Street, 3.507, for Salinas Place. Excuse my voice.
All right. So sustain 1, 2, 3, 5, and 7.
Mr. Director, sir, if you look at number 5, the entire matter deals about litter out front. Yet the judge said it's clear evidence shows the licensee refused to allow police inspection. It has nothing to do with the litter.
Okay, well, the report's been submitted, all right? So this, you had your chance to argue the merits of the charges.
I understood, but this is so blatantly clear right here that the judge is finding us guilty for something that she already found us guilty.
But this is also clear. This is not the time to argue the case. You had a chance to submit a controversion. All right, you didn't do that. It's before the members now.
I'm at 25,000.
I'm at cancel and bond. And by the way, we didn't charge prohibitive hours of sale, which we should have. We only charged consumption. We did not charge police focal point, which I think we could have. And we did not charge availing, which I think we could have.
This place has only been open.
That's why I canceled it.
Yeah, like a little over 2 years, and you already paid $17,000 in fines, and here we are at this. I'm at cancel and bond as well, rather than take your $25,000.
Can we do 15,000?
Can you hold on for a second?
Yes.
There was nobody even close to 15. She was at 25, and we just canceled the license.
Did
So.
you say you're 25,000 as a vote? Okay.
Okay.
All right. Cancellation of bond claims is a penalty imposed by the members. And next item on the calendar, I think we have quite a few people on this one. 912A, the Slope Group LLC.
I just chose not to take the money, Commissioner.
Everybody
912.
on 912A, please step up, please. Are people on the opposition?
Well, let her put her name on the record.
Yeah, this is Elke Hoffman. I'm counsel for the applicant. With me is Miriam Triconis and Pasquale Acela. There is opposition here, so I'll let them go ahead.
Yep.
Hi, good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Eddie. I'm one of the principals for Montrose and Graham. It's a package store that was approved back in 2016, so I'm one of the newer stores that are closer vicinity to the applicant. In my honest opinion, I don't think that any public convenience would be served in the case of an approval for this applicant. I'm less than a half a mile away, and I don't know if I'm right. I don't know what their business model is, but as their name would suggest, I would believe that it's a wine shop offering boutique spirits, and that's exactly what we are. Our licensed premises is 2,400 square feet. Over 1,000 of it is retail, and nearly another 1,000 in storage and inventory, and another 400 in a dedicated tasting room. We hold weekly tastings. We have a curated selection and a very good loyalty program. And not to mention, we also offer a launch delivery app that we work with a local fleet of bikes to service 1 mile of radius of our store location. So with that being said, we do believe that the area is pretty saturated and well serviced with fine wine shops like Grain and Vine, which is half a mile away as well, DeWine Spot, both about half a mile away, and with all delivery programs.
What is your percentage of wine and spirits?
We have nearly 1,000 SKUs, 95% of them which are wine from all over the world, from all the famous wine regions.
Okay.
Your approval was subject to 80% wine and 20% spirit?
Yeah, it was subject to 80% wine. We're 95% wine, so.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, hello. My name is Hong Chancho. I'm from the 111 Graham Avenue, Sugar Kings Wine Spirit. Actually, I got. Yeah. My store is 0.2 miles away from the new application store. And I just got the store is September 2017. The previous owner, they sold the store to me because after the 178 Graham Avenue, a liquor store new opening. So he had to maintain their businesses, so she sold it to me. For me, I just got it 1 year ago. I'm still working with that. We also have the wine tasting, and we carry a lot of wine, about like 75% of the wine.
Okay.
Also, if you see I sent the application letter to legal authority by the email. I believe you already received it. And my another reason is the new store is very close to the PS 257. I also bring the map and the picture. I didn't send it to you.
Ma'am, we look at that at our end. You don't need to show us that. We know where the schools are.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, members of the board. I'm here actually representing for my mom, which we're located in 106 Moore Street, and we have that premises for.
Put your name on the record, please.
And where?
Your name. State your name.
Oh, Bo. B-O is my name, and I'm here with Lindsay Lippert, which is my mother, and we have that premises for since 2006, and our business has already been suffered a lot due to the recent 4 liquor stores.
Which store is yours again, please? I'm sorry.
106 Moore Street.
106 Moore Street, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and we are both all serving the same community and with the same populations, and I don't think any of the new opening would bring any of the more of the extra services to the around the area. And as the other people bring it up, like they're all serving the same kind of businesses. So I am extremely concerned about our business being hit again.
Thank you.
Hi, how are you? My name is Jin Fan Wu. I'm from Johnson Bushwick Ltd. I bought the store in 2016. The previous owner worked very hard to maintain the sale. The grass sale is keep going down. I submit the 2017 and 2016. Grass sale is going down like about 15,000. There's 2 new stores opening in Graham, the King, Winesbury, and the 117 Graham. This really hurt my business. It's way too soon to open another new liquor store. I just need to survey.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. The Slope Group intends to open a boutique store on the southern end of sort of the Brooklyn Triangle. I'm not sure that the distances are quite correct. In the map that I submitted to you, and I've done sort of a follow-up based on some of the stores that were identified in the opposition. The 5 closest stores, because 4 and 5 are very close, are all mainstream. 2 of them are bulletproof stores. The closest store is a bulletproof store at just over 600 away. The second closest store is also a bulletproof store at just around 860 feet away. Super Kings I have, and the SLA has it around 1,100 feet away, and that's also a Main Street store. The boutique store, Montrose and Graham, I did an as the crow flies measurement. To me, that's 1,940 feet. That's not 0.2 miles. Grain and the Vine I have as over 2,400 feet away. And the other boutique store is 3,500 square feet away. So the proposed store is surrounded by mainstream stores, and I think you can tell by the new applications for boutique stores that there is a market for the more boutique type stores. They can tell you a little bit more about their model, but there is no boutique. There is no more boutique store serving, carrying the more artisanal products, the more local producers. Within 2,000 feet of this proposed location, this is very close to a few new residential developments. Some of them are still under construction. There's a couple hundred new luxury rental and condominium units right in this very immediate area. It's also, you can see it on the exhibit map that I submitted, where the new rental units have been added. This is really at the heart of that. This is very close to the Flushing Avenue train, which is a very different neighborhood than where the other boutique stores have opened, sort of around it. In my opinion, and obviously Miriam and Pasquale can tell you a little bit more about their proposed store. But part of the reason they sought this out is because there is development in this immediate area, and there is not this kind of product or this kind of store available in walking distance at all.
You're telling me 0.4 miles is not walking distance?
Well, the 0.4 miles is get you a bulletproof store.
No. The Montrose and Graham you said isn't 0.2, but
No,
it's 0.4.
No, I show Montrose as 1,940 feet away.
That's about 0.4 miles.
Like it is. If you look, it's.
I mean, do the math. That's not.
I'm looking
that's
at
not even half a mile.
Look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
I know.
8.
The question I asked you is 0.4 miles is not walkable to you. That's what you're saying.
To me, no.
Okay.
Well, it's in sort of a different commercial district off of a different set of train lines. And I think if you're working and living in that residential area, you're not walking 12 blocks to the north.
It's 10. but go ahead.
So, can I ask you some questions about the applicants?
Absolutely.
So, you guys live at the same address?
That's
Yeah, Pascual lives like 4 train station away. So
But you're not.
Yeah. We both live in South in Brooklyn. Yes.
But you live at the same apartment.
No.
Well, you
On the
have the same
application.
apartment on the application.
That's the same.
Oh,
Why
okay.
is that?
Yeah, well, because he was living in my apartment before he moved to where he is right now. When we submitted the application, he was living in.
Are your spouses related to each other?
No, we are related. We're related. He's married to my sister-in-law.
I see.
That means your spouses are related.
That's what I said.
Doesn't that mean your spouses are related?
Yes. Your spouses are siblings.
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. So why a liquor store?
Well, we are wine lovers, and he has a vast experience on marketing and business. I have a vast experience on marketing, and we wanted to kind of bring this dream to life, where we serve the community and with a special local producer experienced wine. And I don't want to be. I want to have my own business. I don't want to be working with corporation all my life.
It doesn't say you're even going to be working there.
I'm good. Well, I'm not going to be there every day, but yes, I'm going to be in charge of all the marketing strategy.
And I think in the letter, Pascual is going to be managing the store, and they're going to hire an employee. They envision having 4 employees by the end of the year. Miriam, as set forth in my letter, she's going to be involved in sort of the strategic direction, and if it's busy enough, she will leave her job and work here full time, but that's not going to be immediate.
And you say you're wine lovers. Do you have any experience in the wine industry?
Myself? Not
Or
really.
either of you?
Yeah, no, I mean, not really. More than going to tastings and, I mean, not in the industry like a business industry, but like going to tasting and being interested about wine. Pascual did a diplomat on runs, and he's studying wines too, so he's going to.
What does your husband do?
My husband?
Yes.
He's a musician, and he owns a wine shop.
He owns a wine shop.
Yeah.
Do we have that?
Thought I had this one question.
Yeah.
Where's the wine shop?
It's in South Prospect Lifford Gardens.
So, Pascual lives in Venezuela?
I knew something.
You don't
No,
live what
in connection with no.
I live in 5930 Woodland Avenue in Ridgewood.
Okay,
Now-
but in your application, you have an address in Venezuela that seems to still be present. Is that?
He's been working with an immigration attorney on when, at the time of the license, he was living here and in Venezuela, and is in the process of, I think we just got the social security number and the visas in the process in connection with this. So I'm not the immigration attorney.
Does he not have the apartment in Venezuela anymore?
Yeah, he does. He does.
What does his wife do?
What does your wife do? She does advertising.
She works in advertising in Venezuela.
Did you know that he owned a wine store?
We wrote it in a personal questionnaire. It was just noted there, but yeah, he's had a liquor store.
Her husband is one of 2 partners in a boutique wine store that's right at Prospect Lefferts Garden.
And that's called Divino.
It's also what?
Divino.
Divino.
It's been licensed since 2017.
All right.
Actually approved by you guys.
Yeah.
Make sure the names.
Okay.
Are you guys ready?
Yep.
You to vote, Commissioner Pan?
Out of the 7 closest stores, there's only 2 that remotely is showing any increase, and one of them is a new store. So I don't see a need for more liquor stores in this area, so I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm going to vote to deny just because 3 of the surrounding closest stores are less than 3 years old. So I just don't see the need for another store at this location.
Just so we don't get an argument, Recon, there's only one. They're all purchases. Other than the one. There's one new one, which is Montrose and Graham is new. The other ones were purchased as existing stores.
What about Super Street 9?
Yeah, but see, right here, sometimes they change the license. I mean, it's still relatively new, you're right.
Again, I'm still voting to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stores in half a mile. I realize some of them are bulletproof, but that's just a significant amount of stores. Neither applicant appears to have any, other than interest, they don't really have any specialized experience in what they're trying to do. And the sales of the closest stores just don't support another addition of another one in that area.
All right, the next item is 859, Restaurant de la Mora, Inc.
Good afternoon, Matthew Leone for the licensee. This is a conditional no contest plea to settle the case.
So counsel's office requests that we withdraw charge 2, which we will do.
Did you file a change of method of operation? Because service at 340 it's long past the midnight agreement that we had with them.
Yeah, I'm not representing them on the method of operation change, but I spoke to the licensee and I spoke to their representative. They went to the community board earlier this month. I believe they entered into a stipulation, and according to their representative, they filed the method of change operation just within about the last 2 weeks, or last 10 days to 2 weeks. So I don't think it's in the system yet, but they have filed it.
Just for the record, there was a method of operation change filed in 2014, which was denied in 2015, where they were requesting to change the hours of the method of operation.
Okay, I mean, until they get an approval, they can only serve until midnight. Otherwise, this is going to be a vicious cycle here.
No, it won't.
Yeah.
It's going to happen once more, that's it.
Well, I have cancel written down, but given that you...
No, but the next one is, I don't know, if you guys both agree to cancel, we can. But I didn't go there. But,
No,
but
no.
they aren't going to get us another chance.
No, I'll take the 3,500.
No, you paid $13,500, so this makes what, 17. Take another 35. And I had my notes in here. It's just a matter of time before this place is closed. They're headed in a really bad direction. And to the chairman's point, that I think the next time will be it for me too.
Members, do you want the method of operation if it is filed with you?
Yes. Well, not if there's a stip. If they got a stip with the community board, then no.
Okay.
And I'll agree to the 3,500 too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next item, 806, Stars Princess, Inc.
What, 06?
806.
This is a conditional no contest plea also.
I'll accept.
This is another situation that's going to get ugly quick for them. This is a catering hall that turned into a nightclub.
Right. Well, you know what? It was a New Year's Eve party. that they had rented out the catering hall for New Year's Eve, and the person that they rent, they take full responsibility, but they've had this license, I believe, for a long time. I don't think it's a problem location, and basically the person that they rented out the catering hall to for New Year's Eve kind of did their own promotion, and there were a bunch of people who showed up expecting a different type of event.
But that's my point. That's not what a catering hall is for. A catering hall is for them to rent it out for private parties that people are directly invited to, not to promoters.
No, absolutely.
Well, then make sure they know that, because they're not getting another chance on that one either.
Okay, no, they know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, next item, 774, Luxor, New York, LLC. Anybody?
Yeah, they're on their way.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Benjamin Sharav, appearing with the applicant, Luxor, New York, Mr. Juan Goris. Has an opportunity to open an establishment. He has a clean record. He's going to make this an asset to the community. He's going to be serving Mediterranean food.
Has he ever been licensed before?
No, he's not been licensed before.
Hence the clean record.
Well, clean record every which way.
Is he going to continue his current job?
Future, I'm planning to retire from that job and dedicate myself 100% into this restaurant business, because it's just a dream of mine.
How far in the future? Because
near future.
But he is hiring a manager for.
That's correct.
So, I mean, there's some people with some significant concerns about this place. The community board, the 34th precinct, and the housing development. I mean, you hit all three, which is rare.
Although we have nothing in writing from the 34th precinct.
Yeah, we do.
No, we do. We got a phone call.
Oh.
Have you met with the police department?
Saw them once, and we spoke about, he educated me on the crimes that were in the past, and all due to nightclubs. What I'm trying to do is open up a restaurant, and it's a different restaurant from any other restaurant around the area, and I believe that it will help the community, and I'm willing, what I told the person, Mr. Vanderpool, I believe it was, and Detective Pena, I told them both that I will work with them to work with them to, facilitate any type of help that I could to, benefit this. I'm sure that what we're trying to do is clean up.
Well, how's it going to be different than the other restaurants in the area?
It's serving a different type of food. It's
But they're still concerned. Is that what that means? And what type of food is different that you're going to serve that they don't have up there?
I'm going to base it first on Greek. So the good thing about having a Mediterranean restaurant is that I'm willing to put in new stuff into the menu and rotate them, just to serve dishes from all the 22 countries around the Mediterranean. But right now, as it is, as a start, it's going to be mainly Greek.
And what are the hours?
The hours are for 5 days. It's going to be from Sunday to Thursday. It's going to be from 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. And from Friday and Saturday is from 11 a.m. to 2 a.m.
I read food service is 11 to 11. Did I read that correctly someplace? You have to have food service open the whole time.
Yeah, I will. That was probably a mistake. Sorry.
And you're going to have recorded DJ karaoke and live music and comedy shows.
Yes, no comedy shows, and I'm not intending to having karaoke as well. It was just something that was listed as, when people ask you a question, I just respond, and I said.
But he's willing to cut that back. It's going to be basically guitar, acoustic guitar based music, possibly some recorded music, but it's not going to be a dance type. It's not room for dancing.
The community board letter suggests that you made an agreement with them that you would meet with the precinct, but have you done that yet?
So I contacted Detective Pena on that same day when I had that conversation with him. After that, I have not reached out to him. I am planning. The place is still under construction, so I'm planning before I open to meet with them. I want to show them the improvement that we have done to the place. I want to show them the sound system, that it doesn't come out at all. It doesn't interfere with the neighborhood. The sound limiter and soundproofing of the windows, and also the lift that I put in for people that are not able to go up the steps.
Have you hired a manager yet?
I'm in the process. Out of 10, I have narrowed it down to 3. So I say within a week I will have
You can express something.
Do you have any idea how many licenses are within 500 feet of you? 6?
I believe it's 5.
I have an application for another one.
How come I don't have the 500-foot hearing?
Yeah, why don't we have the 500-foot hearing?
We do.
I didn't get it.
I don't know that. I don't have one.
I don't either.
What does it say?
It's right here.
Oh, no, I do have it.
Wait.
It's up front.
Oh, here.
Very short.
Included. Okay.
He concludes that he's met the statutory burden.
All right. I'm ready to vote.
All right, then.
Me too.
Okay.
Commissioner Fan?
With 2 security guards, recorded music, DJ music, live music, windows closed at all times, 1 manager, no promoters, 1 a.m. Sunday to Thursday, 2 a.m. Friday, Saturday, hookah allowed, no dancing. I vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
I vote to approve as well on all those conditions.
As do I. Oh, and one more condition. He needs to go meet with Pena from the 34th precinct.
I will do that. Thank you so much.
No.
Thank you, gentlemen and madam.
All right, then, the next item, 912C, Gary's Wine and Liquor.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Leonid Stoffmaker, and this is my wife, Maya Stoffmaker. And we filed
I
petition
missed
for-
all that. Please repeat what you just said.
I'm the owner of the Gary's Wine and Liquor, Leonid Stoffmaker, and this is my wife, Maya Stoffmaker. And we filed petition for removal.
What'd you say? What number is it?
912C.
Oh, C. I missed the C. Okay.
So what's going on with your business? You have a significant drop between 17 and 18.
The area is very expensive, and many people move from the neighborhood, and the rent is very high. That's because we moved.
The rent's too down.
You're only moving like a block.
Yeah, block, yeah.
Or was it lower rent or what?
Yeah, it's a lower rent, yeah.
All right.
Much lower rent.
Well, no, I mean, I don't know that that answers the question in 2018 that she asked, though. Your sales went from 679 to 200,000. How does that work? Were you closed for a period of time?
No.
So your sales went down 65%?
No, so maybe it's a mistake, but it's not 2,000.
That's the number we got from the accounting.
This is the number what I get from my accountant. Maybe
Well, you wrote it down and you didn't think to...
No, we did. It's 262 we wrote. You're right. So it's... she said it was not for complete... At the time we were doing this, the paperwork was not for the full year. It was for the part. I think it was for the quarter, maybe. That's what she meant at that point.
Oh, because this was filed in December.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll
I
approve.
see.
It was filed in
Okay.
December. That's
I see.
They
I will
didn't,
approve.
they didn't have all the receipts.
Approved.
All right, you're approved.
Thank you very much.
Next item, 912 160 Adams Ave Restaurants.
What's your cutoff time?
3:30. I got time. You guys can handle it.
What?
Nothing. I'll piece up whatever you want me to do.
You can read it. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Frank. My name is Teddy Gonzalez. I have the principal here for 160 Restaurant Group. They're applying for an on-premise liquor license for a Spanish restaurant.
Is it
Days
Day? They are applying?
No, my apology. He's applying for an on-premise liquor license for a restaurant that he's opening in the area. The hours of operation he's looking to have are Sunday through Wednesday, 11 a.m. to 12 a.m., Thursday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 4 a.m. As far as entertainment, he'll be having live music, background music, DJ, patron dancing, and live entertainment.
Are you aware of the history of this place? Is your client aware of the history?
We found out after we filed the application because they denied the temporary, and we were informed that the previous license was revoked.
And one was canceled, and then there was one canceled, and then the one before that was revoked.
Well, I was not aware of that one, but they informed me that the previous one was revoked, and the landlord never told us that now we wouldn't apply for the temporary.
Of course he didn't.
So,
and it appears you're doing everything they did as far as the operation.
We just have the opportunity if we want to have some dancing, live entertainment, or we have a wedding, they want to do some dancing as well. So we want to have the option.
Where are you dancing? There's no dance floor.
No, there's no dance floor. You're in Nassau County, the fire department informed us, the marshal, that if you do have, because we told him that the gentleman wants to do a wedding and things like that, as long as you have an egress, you can move the tables. He told us.
Yeah, but we don't let you move the tables. I don't care what he says.
Not a problem. We will move the tables. That's not a problem.
Oh, no, then I don't want you dancing. If you want dancing, you make a dance floor and you set your business up that way. We don't move tables around because that means you went from a restaurant into a nightclub by just moving furniture.
Chairman Bradley, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but if we can leave the tables there and people can get up and dance by their table as well.
But they can, but they're not. That's not going to happen because you're going to stop it or you're going to get fined. If you want a nightclub, apply to be a nightclub.
He doesn't want a nightclub, Chairman. It's not a nightclub.
What's the staging area mean? Is that staging
the stage
for what?
is actually the stage for the entertainers.
Okay. I mean, that's my point. This whole diagram looks like a nightclub.
Yeah. Well, the space itself looks like that. He hasn't changed it.
This diagram that you submitted is not accurate?
No, it is accurate. Where's the mic? It is accurate.
You know what? The nightclub looks like the thing from Scarface.
He needs to remove like these.
He's just basically renting the location as it is.
Is the restaurant open now?
No, not yet. They're still working with he's still working with the fire department and the plans and the architect for the Ansel systems and all that.
So no relationship to the prior owner whatsoever?
None whatsoever. None.
I know. And the menu is...
And it's not going to be a club, that's for sure.
They didn't even bother sending us something we can read.
Whose menu is that?
Sorry?
Whose menu is that?
He got that from a friend of his that was helping him out as far as the menu, but that's not going to be the final menu. That's an idea of Spanish food that he's going to have at the restaurant.
Can't read most of it, so.
It's basically Spanish food. At the end of the day, seafood, some American food as well.
I
mean, I also, like, we spoke to Senator Monica Martinez. We went to her office, we discussed it with her. They said, they liked the idea, and just let them know so they can cut the ribbon. And
Who was that? Who was that you spoke to?
The representative from Monica Martinez's office.
Who is Monica Martinez?
She's a senator over there in the 3rd District.
Is she aware of the history of this place? Did you let her know?
As far as the history?
Yeah.
No.
That might have been something she would have been interested in before she said she's all on board. The problem is this place was bad twice. Very bad. And you're doing exactly the same thing.
With no security.
Yeah, how are you going to do this with no security?
Well, he can actually get security. That's not a problem.
Yeah, no, it's not a problem. It's just that you can't come in and expect us to develop your business plan for you. I mean, it seems like you haven't made up your mind about 80% of what's relevant here. It makes this not.
If I may interject, please. Yeah, I understand. After I found out the adverse history of the licensing prior, I did a little investigation. Because I'm part of the community, a big part of the community. So I found out that it was not a restaurant. They were just strictly a nightclub, that they were open only on Fridays and Saturday. And that's all they did. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, they were totally not involved with any type of food or anything. They had a kitchen. I think they started off as a restaurant, but they definitely were just strictly a nightclub.
I'm sorry, but the first license that we revoked, EEG Hop Hog, that was licensed as a nightclub. They established a method of operation as a nightclub. The last license that the member canceled, which still had disorderly premise charges, was their method of operation was given to us as a restaurant.
Right. I have no relation or was not aware of that when I was speaking to the landlord. I mean, this was a long life dream to just open up a restaurant. My son is.
I'm sure it was, but do you understand when we have?
I understand your concerns.
No, we have somebody who applies as a nightclub, and we revoke the license. That nightclub had served food. They had recorded DJ, jukebox, karaoke, and live music and dancing. What do you have? You're a restaurant. You serve food. You have recorded DJ, jukebox, karaoke, live music, and customer dancing.
Yes, I understand that they applied.
All you're changing is what you call yourself.
I understand they applied as a restaurant, but they were not. They were just open on Fridays and Saturdays. When I did my investigation, because I was concerned of not getting. This is the next phase before I could open. I was concerned of not getting the license once it was, once Teddy told me that, hey, there was some kind of revocation there. I didn't understand, so I did my own investigation because the landlord, like you said, the landlord did not volunteer that information.
But yet,
it's an industrial park. This whole area is like.
I know, but you did your own investigation, yet you still come before us with no security on your application. And all of these other problems that I've just mentioned to you, you still haven't said, I don't need those, I want to be a real restaurant. I mean, if you want to do away with the jukebox, the DJ, the karaoke, and the live music, and you want to shut by 12 o'clock, and you want to get 2 security guards, I'm with you.
No, I have a security firm that is on standby. We're all waiting for this moment of, approval, I mean, that would be first choice protection. They're licensed and bonded and.
No, he's not following. Do you realize that you told us there was not going to be security? So we're going to rely on no security, but now you're saying you're contracting with a security company?
Right, this is a large venue. I'm not contracted with them. I said this is a large venue, and if, we have a capacity of about 100 people, 160
more
people.
like 160.
161 people. I mean, if need be.
I mean, as far as getting security, that's not a problem. He will have security then.
Listen, what you guys aren't getting the picture here. What Commissioner Fan indicated to you is it's not our job to set up your method of operation. You came here with a method of operation that was on paper. That's what we reviewed. Your method of operation, based on the history of this place, is not acceptable to me. On paper, you have no security. On paper, you have, I'm moving the tables around and I'm going to dance. On paper, you have karaoke, jukebox, DJ, and live music. None of that is acceptable given what went on here.
No.
Now you're telling us we'll change it. Well, how much are you going to change?
Chairman Bradley, is it possible they won't have the dancing, okay? They'll have security on the weekends, 4 guy security for the establishment, because at the end of the day, he's focusing on a restaurant, and he doesn't.
None of this indicates that. None of this on paper indicates he's focusing as a restaurant. Yeah. Restaurants don't have DJs. Restaurants don't have karaoke. They don't need it because they're real restaurants.
Right. I apologize, but so there's a restaurant that I kind of wanted to mimic called the Cuban, and they are open in Garden City in Nassau County, and they just recently opened in Suffolk County in Patchogue. I mean, it's a beautiful restaurant, and sometimes people just right there at the tables, they start dancing salsa, and I pardon my, description of it, but I mean, it's just a beautiful thing, and they have loud music, and the DJ's playing, and this was a Sunday afternoon that I was there. I plead that, this is definitely a restaurant, but it will have the music and the DJ because that's part of the culture. They're going to be playing salsa and happy birthday.
Listen, I understand that, but you can't do that in a place that we have now shut twice, one of which was a revocation, which is a big deal.
Mr. Chairman, is it possible for me to get an adjournment and come back and amend the application?
No, I think if you want to amend it, then you go and you make a new one.
File a new application that accurately reflects what you plan on doing.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Could you give me a second? Sorry.
Yeah, we're not going to dance.
Mr. Chairman, is it possible to remove the dancing, remove the jukebox, remove the karaoke from the method of operation? The hours of operation, could he have?
You're changing so much. It would be so much better if you go file a new application and make it clear what you intend to do without all of this stuff, now knowing exactly what went on at this place before.
Yeah, I mean, so, I was not aware of what happened before, and thank you for letting me know that it happened twice. I was aware of the one time. And again, my goal here was to just provide.
I know, I get it. We're going around in circles. We got to move to the next thing.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Chairman? Is it possible if we do withdraw this application, do we file immediately, or do we have to go back to do the 30-day notice?
No, you're going to have to give 30-day notice, right?
Because the facts have changed. You're not going to be applying for the, as you say, dancing and live music and DJs.
But they can waive it, right? It's a civil.
Waive the 30-day requirement to file.
So, Chairman, we'll withdraw it right now. We'll withdraw it.
Thank you.
So then you're withdrawing. I don't need to save this, do I?
No. Next item, 858, 862, and 863. They're all together. Review Entertainment, Inc.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Secretary, Terry Couture to the licensee, petition of no contest, cancellation and bond.
I'll accept.
Accept.
It's been a long time since I said thank you on a cancellation and bond, but thank you.
Yeah.
All right then, the next item, 902, Cheap Shots Cross Bay Inc.
I'm asking that this be sent back to counsel's office. My client never received this notice of pleading. I'm on top of them all the time, and we've never taken a default on anything.
Well, I don't know what your client's telling you, but he received it. Delivered on March 18, 2019. Certified mail.
I checked on that, and I checked on the date of the incident. Something happened, and we have no record of this ever happening and ever receiving this.
I'll give you the tracking number. You can go look it up, but somebody received it.
Mr. Chairman, please give me the courtesy of sending this back to counsel's office.
No. I'm not sending it back if the guy received it. Half the time people come in here and lie to us that they didn't receive it when I know they did. Here I have paperwork that indicates someone received it.
Be happy to take the tracking number.
Here's the tracking number.
It wasn't delivered.
It says, according notice of pleading was delivered.
And I'm looking at what UPS sent us.
Yeah.
It was returned back to us.
And it said it could not be delivered. It was held for the required number of days and was being returned to sender.
All right. Send it back to counsel's office. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can you find out why this moron is writing that it was delivered?
Yeah.
Here. Oh, you have it there?
I have.
All right, the next item, 801, A&A Grocery Court.
Good afternoon, Timothy Allenwick for the applicant. This is reconsideration after disapproval at the February board meeting. And the owner's here with me, and we put in an affidavit.
Yeah, so his attorney told him not to come last time?
He didn't tell him he should come. He didn't have a lawyer. I think an accountant filed the paperwork.
And when there was an availing, he wasn't working at the place?
Correct. He was working at a store in Richmond Hill in 2016. He worked for the first 96 Stop Deli in 2013, 2014.
All right, I'll grant reconsideration.
I don't have my memo on this for what you decided in the first instance. I didn't see it in the paperwork.
What we decided, I think
Okay.
we denied it because he didn't show up, and there was a question of whether there was availing. I don't think we did.
I just don't think you don't have
I don't have
the fact.
we have the decision.
Yeah. Okay.
And there was a question, I wanted to talk to him about whether there was an availing, but it appears that he's answered that question.
We have to be kind of return it to.
Do we have to? We can just grant it, right?
Approve it?
Unless you guys have questions.
No. A vote to grant the recon and vote to approve.
Approve.
Next item, 794. Barack Ewing Rest Inc. and 137 Ludlow Holdings LLC.
Good afternoon. Joseph Levy here on behalf of the licensee. Just a quick note here. This is a default. And just a few items for the record. Number one is we requested an adjournment for this case in advance of the actual court date. It never communicated to us that it was not going to be granted. It was denied apparently by the judge. And an attorney who was working on this who had a conflict. He was, I believe, in Supreme that day. There were two cases on for two different clients of mine. One of them the adjournment was granted due to the conflict. This one, it was not. Rather than try to find a way to restore this to the calendar, just being very honest with the board, my clients will be out of possession of this space in the next 6 weeks or so, mid-June. The landlord's demolishing the building. So what I would offer the board is I have every intention of surrendering this license in the next 6 weeks. If there's a way you want to put a date for that of June 15th or whatever it is, I'd happily accept that.
What's the penalty?
Yeah, what's the penalty?
Well, I'd surrender the license.
But they're going to do that anyway.
It may go longer than that, but we'd be prepared to do that.
But you got to do it anyway. If they go out of business, they got to put it in safekeeping anyway.
No, I understand that. What I'm saying is the landlord, they may stay longer than that. I'd be prepared. I talked to them, and that would be a comfortable date for them.
I don't care what you do with the license. I'm at 10,000.
Okay, the CNC, I believe that was all.
Mr. Levy.
Yeah. I'm sorry. It's there's a little delay.
Mr. Levy. Okay. Shush. Commissioner Ford.
Prohibited sales, security guard, DJ, manager, health regulations. They already paid us, what, $9,000? A lot of the same silly stuff. I'll agree with Commissioner Fan, 10 grand.
Jim Rivera.
All right. Sustain all the charges.
Okay. The next item. 893, 94, 95. Which is, 39 Karaoke Inc.
Joseph Levy appearing for the licensee. By way of background here, I represent an individual who was looking to purchase this business prior to these violations occurring. And obviously, once they occurred, that license was disapproved. I was introduced to the seller who's out of possession of the space by my client with the new license application in the interest of trying to settle this matter to hopefully reinstate the new unaffiliated license application. This license was surrendered voluntarily to the Liquor Authority, coincidentally on the same day that it was summarily suspended. This operator is out of possession of the space. It's been vacant ever since. So it's a cancellation for the record.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Thank you.
Next item is 882 Gateway Beer Garden Inc.
Yeah, I'll look to the licensee. This is I'm asking to send it back to counsel's office. This is a failure on my office part. The pleading was dropped off before the court martial plan. I have a new assistant working for me since October. She didn't give it to me, and I'll tell you exactly what happened. And I responded late. I responded on April 12th. My client started sending me like inspirational texts, like "Good morning" and "God bless you" and things like that. And I was wondering why. And so I called him up, and I sent in, and you should see a fax I sent on April 12th. At that point, it had already been forwarded for today's meeting. My client says the summons was dismissed in criminal court, and that it didn't occur. And he would like his hearing here.
Well, if he gets a hearing, he's liable to lose his license.
I understand.
Well, I wasn't going to take it.
Right. It's a $10,000 civil penalty that's been, I guess, pre-approved on the pleading.
Right.
But I just spoke to him. Pre-approved.
Well, I mean, that's where we were.
That's where, yeah.
Are you saying the sale to minor was thrown out?
No, it's criminal court. It always is.
In criminal court, it's at least 50% of the time. It gets dismissed. If it's not signed, if it doesn't say the type of beer, if it doesn't state the date of birth, it gets thrown.
Or the judge just doesn't want to find anyone.
He's just done everything else here. I'm surprised, sounds a minor, that this is the first time. Look at everything else. He's pretty much covered the book here.
Yeah, there's a few instances there. But I just spoke to him. He wants his hearing. So I would ask that.
You guys decide this.
Is he interested in the civil penalty?
No, I just tried that. He didn't want it.
No, I explained it to him. He's not interested in that.
I mean, you and I both know that a lot of the charges get dismissed at hearing, but you and I both know these regularly don't.
I understand what the issue is. It's a lower standard of proof here, and you have more proof here.
No, he's going to be out of. He should be out of business. Now, if he goes and makes us go through a hearing for it, I can pretty much confirm he'll be out of business. Here we're offering him a way out.
I would. So there's an in between position still. I would say if you send it back to.
I'm telling you, there's not.
Let me just run through it quick. So if you send it back to counsel's office and then he watches this video with me, then he may change his mind.
Yeah, but I don't need that. Why do I need to wait that? Once you walk out of here, the $10,000 is gone.
I understand.
All right, I'll send it back.
Back to counsel?
That's cancel and bond, Mark.
So is it back
or
to counsel?
Or acquittal, one or the other.
Is it back to counsel?
Yeah.
Back to counsel's office, yes.
Back to counsel.
All right, the next item, 892, West Bar and Lounge, Inc.
All for compromise.
What is it? 890?
892.
$3,000
Accept.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is 789, Sunset Entertainment Corp. You issued a summary order of suspension on another matter involving this licensee on 26th.
This presents kind of an interesting issue.
Yes, it does.
Well, charges 2, 3, and 4 are being charged on a pending case. December 15th.
On different dates, though, right?
No, on this date.
Oh.
I just saw this morning on the calendar. And it's a default. My client didn't tell me anything about it.
Yeah.
But
hold on a second. Mark, why would he do that? I don't know. So he only took 2, 3, and 4. He didn't take 1 and 5?
He may have taken all of them. But I just know the trade name I don't think is charged.
Can you find out and I'll hold it over?
I could. Yeah, maybe he's here. I'll come back.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna. There's obviously double jeopardy. You don't need to come back. We'll just put it over.
Okay, thank you.
515.
Yes.
Thanks.
If he charged it again, if he charged all of these, I'll dismiss him. But if he didn't, then
Okay, thank you.
I don't have anything else signed in.
There.
I didn't get anything else yet.
I sent an updated sheet to you, Secretary.
All right, hold on just for a second. Let me check this last
Take
one.
your time. I have the room until 5.
Are you sure?
It depends how this goes.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure you have it till 5. I don't know if we do.
Here we go. All right. 891. Sorry about that, Natasha. I didn't see the last line at the end there.
Read it again?
I didn't see your last line.
Oh, okay, no problem.
B&B Beverage Corp.
This was a submission of a controversion. There were six arguments I had made. What I did not put in the controversion and mitigation is that this licensee has been operating since 1999 without a single violation. This is an underage sale, and I feel the ALJ was wrong. I just don't see substantial evidence here. Starting with the first point, defective affidavit. No signatures, no dates, no notary. Who prepared it, where, when?
Well, I mean, that goes to the weight of it. It doesn't go, our standard, as you're fully aware, is completely different, and it only has to be relevant. The interesting thing I found in your controversion as well in the testimony is that this guy indicated that the licensee indicated that he wasn't there. He has a cashier who he didn't bring to testify, and that he had a video in the store of the sale, and he maintains that he never looked at it.
The reason we didn't bring the clerk in, it's a gentleman named Richie. Richie doesn't have an automobile, and he's getting up there in years. I think Richie's in his 70s. So I spoke to Richie, and what he said was, and his testimony would be, an officer walked in, asked for his driver's license and a liquor license, handed him a summons. He's tried to question the police officer. The police officer said, just give me what I asked for, and he walked out.
But your
Why the owner didn't check the video, no, I can't explain that. But I think it would have been a moot point. The summons was already issued.
Well, it wouldn't have been a moot point at the hearing.
It depends what the tape would show. We don't even know when the alleged underage came in. We don't know where the police officer was. If he was inside, was he outside? I mean,
the police officer, if he's giving him a summons, usually does it the day of. So, I don't know that I believed your client.
Well, if he was looking to cover something up or hide it, he would have said he looked at the video.
Well, no, he could, first of all, he's not a witness because he didn't see anything because he wasn't
Correct.
there. Second of all, he has a video that he maintains is surveilling the entire store, which could have either exonerated him 100% or not. And not that he has to present it to us, he doesn't. But he's maintaining he doesn't even look at it. Seriously?
He told me that he needs to get a technician in to do it. He was angry, and he just said, "The hell with it." So I can't explain why, other than what I just explained. But again, taking it to the licensee's record, he's been licensed 19 plus years. This is a single offense, and I don't think the authority met their burden. I mean, this is not.
I disagree because they had a witness testify, and
they did not have a witness.
I mean, they had the paperwork. I'm sorry, you're right. They did not have a witness.
And again, the documents are defective, and I presented two cases which distinguish it, where we had not only
defective, there's typos. In one instance, they say a 12-pack, in another, they say two 12-packs. But
again, Chairman Bradley, I think the affidavit, which is the basis of the case, should be sworn to, should be notarized, should be dated, and I don't even know the sex of the underage.
And I don't know that that's not anywhere in the law.
Well, let's try to.
That's why our standard's relevant.
But again, my argument being, take it all into totality. It doesn't seem substantial. It just seems hyper technical. And
no, in criminal court you win. I don't think you win here.
I'm at 3,000.
Again,
You're voting.
I would give, because of the years, he would get a break to 2,500.
2,500.
I was thinking to 2,500 too.
Okay, 2,500.
Tom, I need 2 minutes.
Well, we're
Go ahead, take it.
Public portion. We're going to take a break.
Are you? We're
I'm
done.
I'm
done with the public. Yeah, we're done with the appearances.
All right.
That's it. Have a good week.
You too.
Turn off the lights on the way out, please.
You got it.
Mr. Are we off?
Hold on.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right, we're back on the record. There's still more appearances, so go to the rest of the calendar. All right, 773 has been held over. The applicant must meet the community board.
Real quick, you don't need me to stay on, correct?
No, you can disconnect.
All right, thank
Bye,
you.
Jonathan.
775.
Accept.
Accept.
3,500 accept.
776 being held over at the request of the community board, although I did get a call yesterday from somebody who appears to be the applicant's lobbyist who claims the community board didn't request it to be held over, that's just certain members of the community board. And he didn't want to.
Wait, what number is this?
776.
Oh, that's the. Yeah, I already left that out. All right. Yeah, the community board actually did it through an email directly to me, so he's absolutely wrong.
777.
6,000 accept.
6,000 accept.
Accept.
778.
I don't have that.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel for the record.
Do you want to see?
No, we don't have a bond, do we? Do we have a bond on that, Tom? Oh, we haven't
Yeah,
claimed
because
it.
the way the dates.
We haven't claimed it yet, is what happened. Yeah, so cancel and bond. We'll get it at one way or the other.
777?
No, I'm good.
779.
Accept.
Accept.
780.
Accept.
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 781.
Accept.
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 782.
Accept.
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 783.
Accept.
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 784.
Accept.
Accept.
785.
Cancel.
Okay. It's going to be a little more hospitable, but cancel and bond.
Cancel bond. Okay.
786, 87, 88.
3,500 accept.
No, I have counter at 10.
Oh, really?
3 consumption on premises in less than a year.
Okay.
Counter at 10.
10? All right.
Why? Mark, and I don't, this is before you were even involved in these, Mark, but why would we do the consumption on premises from January of 18 before we did the August and December of 17 cases? How does that even happen? You see what I'm talking about?
Yep.
It just meant to do when we got the police reports.
Okay.
791.
Accept.
Accept.
1,000 accept.
792.
Accept.
Accept.
3,000 accept.
796.
I had C801. That's another one that we.
Should we hold this over until they come in? I mean,
No, it's a recon.
Have a full board disapproval.
So here, my recollection is he applied before, which we disapproved, with a guy who had a license that was canceled previously.
right.
Now he's applying and says that the guy has no interest.
He's also saying he's willing to appear and answer the questions.
Right.
Well, I don't know that I have any, do you?
Yeah, but he-
Well, I want to see him. I don't
All right,
want to
so
just
bring him
rent
in.
it.
Well, bring him in or?
Yeah.
Oh, we grant. What happens?
Grant
if
the
we-
He was told to show up today.
Oh, he was.
He got a notice to show up today.
I'll grant the recon, but I want to talk to him.
So you want to hold it over and have him come in?
Yeah.
All right.
So the letter. Okay, I would kick it. But go ahead.
Yeah. I would,
8:15. I mean, what is it?
5:15.
5:15.
I would throw this out since it didn't come, but.
I don't know what the letter said, so we'll give him one more
All
chance.
right.
Yeah, it tells him that, it's scheduled and he's here.
Okay.
5:15.
5:15. You need to save that.
Yep, I
Oh,
did.
okay.
800.
It was a cancel.
Yep. Cancel and bond.
Cancel bond.
802.
I'm at 1,000.
Okay. 1,000.
1,000.
803.
I was at
No food, loud music.
Open less than a year.
Yeah.
5,000 on that.
5,000.
5,000.
804.
Accept.
Accept.
$6,000.
805.
We can either deny or hold it over. I am not going to grant this one.
Yeah, this looks very suspicious to me.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like a restaurant. It looks like a deli.
515.
No.
I mean, I even have questions about the names of the applicants.
Previous license here canceled. Applicant. Previous license canceled. Yeah, there's a lot of bad history. I'm denying.
Deny.
I don't
Deny?
think they could have answered anything that would have cleared it up for me either.
807 and 810.
12,000.
12,000.
12,000.
You good with that?
Yep.
808.
Letter of warning.
Oh, letter of warning.
Yep, I'll accept.
809.
Accept.
Accept.
80.
809.
Oh, letter of warning. Okay.
811.
6,000.
6,000.
6,000.
812.
Along with 909.
You want to pull that up too?
Yeah.
809? A
A
909.
909. I don't know. I'm at cancel.
Cancel and bond.
Wrap them together, cancel them?
Yes.
Would you be good with that?
Yep. Cancel and bond.
Yes.
Okay. 815 is held over. 816.
6,500 accept.
6,500.
Accept.
817.
That brewer didn't register his product.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I'm gonna counter at 2,500. Or not counter, but 2,500.
2,500.
2,500.
818.
Accept.
Accept.
7,500 accept.
819.
Dismiss.
Dismiss.
Why are we doing that?
821.
I'm gonna go counter at 2,500 because they sold one type of beer and it was.
So you're going to accept and
Accept, yeah.
Accept
reduce.
is 2,500. Yes.
We're good with that?
Yep.
824.
Dismiss.
Dismiss charge one.
827's been held over. 828.
827's held over?
Yeah, that was like when the first one's held over.
Yes.
It was my second email to you.
I don't know if I pulled it though. I must have. Okay, go ahead.
828.
Dismiss 1, sustain 2 and 3, dismiss 4, sustain 5 and 6.
I'm at 2,000.
2,000.
2,000.
Okay, 829, 830.
Dismiss.
Dismiss.
Dismiss everything.
831.
Never good. Severe leg injury to officer. Oh, accept.
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 832.
2,000. Accept.
Accept.
Third time. 2,000 accept.
833.
3,000 accept.
Accept.
3,000 accept.
834, 35.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
836.
3,500 accept.
And 35 days.
Yep.
Accept.
35 days in the hole.
All right, 837, it was withdrawn CNC. He's got other charges pending. They want to put something together to cover everything. 838.
So this is complete.
It's
The
withdrawn.
charge isn't withdrawn, just the
The
case.
CNC is going to go back to council.
Okay.
838.
6,500.
Yeah, accept.
839.
I had double.
Yeah,
I think that.
10,000.
I said I thought that was kind of light too.
10,000.
10,000 for 839.
840.
Another one that's low, but I'll
I'm not sure what's going on here. This is second time unauthorized trade name.
Yeah, that's bizarre. 4 years apart.
Very odd.
Maybe they didn't get the memo.
We can go higher, or we can bring them in, or
No, I'm not going to bring it on that. But you can. I think it's low. So
Yeah, I was going to say 5,000.
5,000.
County.
841.
Accept.
6,000 accept.
842.
3,000 accept.
Accept.
3,000 accept.
843.
At 3,500.
Yeah, I have 3,500 as well.
17-year-old.
Why did we
No,
take
because it's
1,000?
because the seller took
So
ATAP.
even if you impose
statutory $1,000,
So
you
even
can't
if
go
you
anywhere.
impose 3,500, it's good to have.
Oh, I see.
They took ATAP and had the certificate and
Okay.
sold anyway.
Normally that happens after you're done with it. This one, 844.
That's actually really funny.
This
I
one
don't
was-
have the letter, Tom.
What letter? The ATAP?
Okay, so no. And so 844 is one where Tom McCallum said he was going to submit documentation. And what happened is that the prosecutor, instead of waiting till he got the documentation, went ahead and submitted to the full board. This would have probably had. So now it gets to you, and you are waiting for documentation, and it never comes in.
What documentation?
About curing all these violations. Now, Tom was here. I don't know why.
Do you want to do that, wait, or do you want to just take it? I think this is really low, too.
Yeah.
I think Commissioner Fan, that was your concern, right?
Yeah.
Being fair to the licensee.
Let's go to 7,500.
That's
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
75
Most of
on
these
the
are
counter, so that solves that problem.
Most of those are safety violations too, so 7,500. Okay.
845.
2,000, accept.
This is low, too, but I'll take it.
Okay.
No, I'll take it.
2,000.
And withdraw number 2, right?
Yes.
Yeah, withdraw 2.
846.
Accept.
Accept.
6, accept.
847.
Accept.
Accept.
848.
Because of the history, I'll take it. Accept.
1,000, accept.
849.
4,000, accept.
850 and 51.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
852.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and
Cancel
bond.
and bond.
853.
I'm at cancel.
We won't win that.
1,240 cigarettes.
Oh, really? I didn't see that number.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, see it.
And somehow the employee brought it in.
Okay. Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
I thought it was
You
only...
have really big pockets.
A lot of Lucy's.
854.
Lucy, you got some explaining to do. 854.
I'm at 10.
Okay. 10,000.
1,000. Okay. 855.
3,000.
3,000?
Unless you're higher.
You're generous.
No,
Go ahead.
this one, these guys are out of business.
Okay.
So
Cancel and
it should
bond.
be Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond. How do you know they're out of business?
There's been some litigation and new applications as well.
All right.
Oh,
Definitely.
it's that, and the post office tried to deliver and said it was vacant.
We're definitely off to a bad start, so.
The license is still active.
All right, cancel and bond.
856.
Accept.
5,000, accept.
Accept.
860.
$650.
I had counted 1,000.
Yeah.
You all good with that?
Sure.
Yep.
861.
1,000. Accept.
Accept.
864 is being held over. Mr. Palillo is out of the country
Really?
again. 865 and 866.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
867, 68, and 69.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Bond.
870.
Letter of warning.
Sale to Meyer. I don't know. Disorderly premises. I'm at 1,000.
Problem is, it all happened outside.
Did it? All right. Letter of warning.
Yeah.
872.
I do. That's a revoke.
I'm at cancel.
Yeah, I'm gonna revoke and bond.
872.
So 872 and 874 go together.
Yeah, we can pull that out too if you want.
Yeah, so revoke on both.
Revoke on
Biden
both.
and revocation of bond claim.
Yes.
You can do that. 873.
Accept.
876.
Withdraw 1 at council's office request.
876 or 875?
876.
What do we do with 875?
Yes.
Well, that's a good question. I don't have it in my stack. 870. What do you want to do with 875?
Withdraw 1 at council's request and accept.
2,500.
2,500 accept.
876.
3,000.
3,000.
877.
Letter of warning accept. What do they want to do here with this one?
878.
Would she just stop showing up? She's been in here like 4 times.
I'm going to vote to deny. She did so much work.
You don't know why she's not here.
Who is this?
Ruiz, Miss Ruiz, and she went to the senator's office as I asked her to, and the assemblywoman's, and they both didn't respond. I'm going to see what these two do.
I'm going to hold it over to 515 and then deny.
I'm sorry, I missed the beginning of this.
You mean possibly?
I totally did not pay attention to anything you said on this one before, and I apologize. The representative just associated, I had that in.
Say that again?
She's no longer representing them. I don't know if that came in through the, okay, I'll look through.
Oh, we did know that or we didn't?
She told me that when I was calling her about some other.
Oh, then deny this. I'm not. This has been around long enough. Yes.
Yes.
I don't know where
I'll
Ford is,
find
but
it
she
somewhere
will.
in my emails or
Because
whatever.
that's what you do anyway.
Let's save herself the trouble.
All right.
Well, I mean, it's going to be on the calendar now for 2 months, given that she doesn't have a representative.
All right. So 879.
I'm going to counter at 10. Unless somebody to go further.
That's fine. Counter 10.
879, 10.
Now, let me ask you, why do we do suspension of tobacco products, but we don't do the possession of tobacco products as well?
Okay, so that charge, suspension of cigarette, okay, is statutory. Under the tax law, there's a provision that says that if your registration to sell cigarettes is suspended, it's grounds for disciplinary action under your liquor license. So that's a specific charge we just.
No, I get that, but we have evidence here that they recovered 2.8 cartons of Virginia stamped cigarettes. So we could have done both.
Yes.
Okay, that was what I was asking.
How do you know that off the top of your head?
You do now too.
I guess I do.
Counter at 10,000.
All right. 10,000.
10,000.
880.
6,000.
6,000.
6,700.
881.
8,000.
8,000.
883 and 884.
Withdraw charge 18 at, I'm assuming council's request?
Still canceling bond.
Yeah, cancel on bond.
What a disgusting vote.
Cancel bond.
Oh, this is one of those votes too?
Yes.
I'm just curious of the expiration date.
I went and looked. That is the date in the system.
I wonder if this is one of the problems we have seasonal. Everything has to be manual.
These aren't seasonal?
Oh, wait, no, okay, sorry, you're right. It's fine. This is year round now.
885.
Shooting.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why I missed that one. All right,
Cancel
cancel
for
bond
record.
for the record.
Cancel
for the record.
Cancel. Right. 886.
1,000.
1,000.
887, 88.
Cancel on bond.
Cancel bond.
889.
Sale to minor 3,000 or 2,500 because it's been since 2009.
No, it'd be
6,000.
6,000.
Yeah, 6,000.
Wait a minute. Failed to conform.
Previous history, and it doesn't
All
matter.
right, 6,000.
No good with that. 897.
Sustained charge 1, 3,500.
3,500.
3,500.
898.
Sustained charge 1, 10,000.
$10,000.
$10,000.
$899.
$899. I'm at cancel.
Yes, that's another boat. I'm at counter, cancel, and bond.
This boat is a menace. Yeah.
Yeah, this is dangerous.
How about they're running from? They hear that we're coming and they turn the boat around and go to the other dock. I love it.
They did
Twice.
it a couple times. Yeah.
That's why you have a boat. Okay.
They went out to sea.
Cheese it.
900.
500.
500.
500.
901.
6,500.
6,500.
6,500.
906.
Just another 1,000 cigarettes.
Yeah. Doesn't
I don't
say.
know.
We're good with that?
Yeah, I'll accept.
Okay, I'll accept.
I'll accept too.
Okay, 908 is another one where the CNC is being withdrawn because there's other charges pending and they're going to work out some big deal.
Okay.
So it's back to council?
Back to council.
So
Nine.
save it or not?
No.
No.
No save it. 910.
Accept.
Accept.
5,000 accept.
Have they filed the corporate change yet?
No.
Oh, when do you want them to have that done by?
Well, that's another issue we have with the prosecutors. Who's going to monitor and make sure they do the corporate change?
I don't. To be honest with you, I don't care that they do. We catch them next year.
He's prohibited.
He's not supposed to have a
Well, if you wait.
license.
But he's going to have to do a renewal. And the guy's still on it a year from now. Then he's going to get canceled.
The corporate change is on by then?
The what?
January 2020. Yeah, no, his 2 years runs out January of 2020.
So by the time they renew, he's not going to have to give up the license. So if they don't do the corporate change, he's going to get a year of operating in violation of the law. Because
And we don't have a corporate change yet, Jackie?
Not that I can.
Who is the attorney on that?
No, it's not an attorney. I believe it's Mr. DeLuca.
No, who is our attorney?
Oh, ours.
Then just email. Here, hand it to me. I'll tell you. Do you have? Can I have your copy? Yeah, I'll just save it and make her
so
monitor
you're
it.
accepting it?
Yes.
All right. 912.
This is low.
Yeah. Stabbing. Rob.
I would cancel this one. I mean, for crying out loud. How many disorderlies? 5 times. Focal point.
Okay.
Okay.
Cancel and bond.
Yeah, as a counter offer?
Yep.
Okay. I don't have anything else on the calendar. You all good to go?
Yeah.
All right, then the meeting is adjourned.